And you know how that goes, folks. Sometimes I get lost in my fingers. Welcome back to the F hole. If you've left, it's probably a good idea. We got a little carried away with the arpeggiators there at the end. Why don't they let these things? Good evening, everybody. I'm your host, Paul Mercer, and you're tuning in to the one and only F-Hole. That's right. You're hearing live on the F-Hole. Most violins have two. But tonight, you've only got one in your computer, at least. Unless you're scrolling through the Terezio options. Welcome to the F-Hole. I've got a very special guest tonight, Bernie. Not Madoff, but an actual Bernie. And we're going to discuss, amongst other things, the Keep on the Borderlands novel, the Keep on the Borderlands novel, as well as Thumbjam, my great love, and probably some other light subjects. I thought I'd start with a little tropical vibe, and it sounds like my dogs have decided to say hello to the coyotes. So, welcome to the South Seas. Sing, my little angels of music. Seriously, they always stop when I press record. It is maddening. That bird's name is Hope. If anybody's interested in knowing more about the bird, let me know. I composed this song in my phone using the app Thumbjam, and right now I'm just playing some stems. So now I'm going to do that thing where I talk to myself on the internet. Let's see. I'm going to do that thing where I talk to myself. Yeah, you're doing that thing where you talk to yourself, Paul, on the internet. Yeah, where else are you? You don't know enough to be on the D-Web. I'm going to do that thing where I talk to myself. Yeah, you're doing that. Okay. It works. All right, I found my chat. My chat is here. I'm going to pop it out. So, yeah, that's some tropical vibes. The app I made that on is called Oxy Disco. No, I'm sorry, that's Thumbjam. Oxy Disco is a different app on my phone that I also love. There are two reasons I have an iPhone. And one is Oxy Disco, and the other is Thumbjam. So I thought I'd start by making a little bit of music with you, or for you, or through you. How do you get your keyboard to type Cyrillic, Mel? It's like... Oh, I was just making sure you weren't hacked. Hi, Jared. I heard your name today. Hi, Robert. Yeah, I'm going to play some music. Does anybody have a request? You know, I don't do covers, but I do mess things up. I think we're going to start with Serum. I have Serum on here. Oh, it's Serum Effects. That's for throwing on something. It's like a send or receive. What was I running through that? Oh, well. Serum is a software synthesizer that my awesome friend, Andrew Hansen sent me. Andrew Hansen used to live in Portland. I think he still owns several restaurants there. He is a super cool guy. When I met Andrew, actually, he was doing sound at Convergence 13 for a fashion show I was playing, which was the day I met Zoe Keating. And It was in a greenhouse that was, I think, one of the largest in the world or something. And the greenhouse had 6 sides, and it held a couple of hundred people. And so I showed up, and Andrew, who I hadn't met before, had placed 3 sets of stereo speakers on the hexagon in each corner, and they were out of phase with each other in a way that made the sound like a big, slow whirlpool the entire time. It was incredible. Like you had stereo left and right, but then you had, if each right speaker was sandwiched between 2 left speakers, and he'd gone through and lined them up with a laser or something. It was the coolest sound situation I've ever walked into. That was totally unexpected and awesome. So I'm just going to look at whatever's in here in this template right now. I've got Serum FX, but I have no instrument playing through it. Interesting. I see what's up. So, oh, it runs on its own track. Okay. We've got Star Beast, who is also running Serum FX. Let me pop out my chat. I thought I popped it out, but it's not popping. Pop out chat. All right, I did it. I totally did it. Okay. Now let's see. So this is, does anybody else like smacky noises when you're listening to podcasts or something? I think there should be a podcast that just consists of ugula and soft and hard palate noises and dry lips and exhalations, like the really, really, really awful side of ASMR. Okay, I can stop playing the movie in the other scene. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm done looking at myself in OBS. OBS stands for only, I don't know what OBS stands for, Open Broadcast Software, I guess, but I thought I had something pithy to say. I'm going to play along with that bird because I think it sounds cool. This song is, I guess the root of it at least was for, I don't know her name it, Honolulu, that's right. So this is my first guest musician. His name's Fast Frankie Fingerson. He plays the trumpet in my cell phone. Seriously, that Thumbjam's cool. I should be their spokesperson. Yes, indeed. This is making me feel feel a little bit more like, I don't know. I've been to Hawaii once. This is more like the cover of a Martin Denny album. Yeah, I guess Star Beast will be the one. You're the one for me, Star Beast. Let's see, we need a bit of a compressor on Star Beast, though. Oh, I guess I should put myself in cyberpunk land. Does anybody want to see my face a different color? That only took about 15 minutes. This compressor better be worth it. Show me what you got, Star Beast. Star Beast comes from another planet. Actually, Star Beast comes from one of the standard Ableton Lives plugins packs, I think. But it's not called Star Beast until you mess with it. You know, you probably can not always make the make your stuff sound better than everybody else's stuff, but sometimes you can make sure that nothing sounds like it. If you've got nothing but an obsession with effects, then everything is suspiciously fun. Suspiciously fun. Let's see. We're going to make Star Beast dirtier. She's sort of an electric Star Beast now. There's something horribly rock opera about that. I mean, yeah. So this is what happens when you have a long week and you go, let's start from scratch. Title of tonight's episode is, of course, about our special guest, Bernie. That was just to help anybody there with too much earwax, myself included. So apologies. You're fired. Serum, you're fired. So, as I was saying, we've got a Star Beast, and we've got a timpani and some drums, and oh, Time Queen. This one's called Time Queen. You know, time is fleeting. Before you know it, Bernie will be here. You know, I met Bernie because our paths were meant to cross. Eventually, he was driven out of town by the Camarilla. He was in danger of exposing the masquerade, and a blood hunt was called. He went to Portland, where he was shanghaied. Okay, here's some music. You're tuned into the F-hole, where the BPMs have become high RPM. I'm going to look into my phone and summon for you a special guest from the depths of my own memory, dear friend Bernard Satire Clark, and I'm going to be right back after this message or two. And I'm going to take that opportunity to throw something on the screen so I can sound check all over again, because I love it. Here comes, this is the part where you're sitting here live on the F-hole, waiting for me to finish starting the movie. Oh, this one's already got music in it. Let's hope it's in the right format. My name is Paul, and I'll be right back with a special guest. Meanwhile, enjoy the show. Or actually, it's not really a show. It's more like a whoa. This is the wrong audio. Oh well. Perhaps it is the right audio. Let's see. Hello, hello, hello. Whoa. Let's see if our transitions are working here. Hello and welcome to the F-Hole. I'm your host, Paul Mercer, and I have just disappeared. Hello, hello, hello. Whoa. Oh, let's see if our transitions are working here. It's such an elegant way to sound check. Bear with me, please, Bernie, for a second. Okay. Hi, welcome back to the F-Hole. I have with me tonight a very special guest, Bernard Sataro Clark. Is that how you say that? Sataro?
Sataro. It depends on what part of the country you're from. My family, they say Sataro.
Sataro.
Very northeastern sort of twang.
Sataro. So obviously the most important question I could be asking you right now is how many times since during the last election has anybody said "feel the burn" to you?
Oh, I stopped counting.
That's why that's the title of this episode. See, because there's got to be, there should be like a, it's sort of a conundrum, right? When you, it was going to be burn notice. Maybe I titled it two different things. I do that sometimes because I have the memory of a peanut.
Enjoy that phrase more simply because it's, it makes me sound.
Burn, yeah. Burn notice. Is there a way to combine the two? I'm appearing.
I immediately flashed back to a very traumatic event from my childhood just then, which I'm going to share with you now.
Fantastic.
8th grade, I was, what's the word? Bullied by a classmate. I'm not going to name his name right now, but I will say that my bully used to follow me around. He never physically assaulted me because I was large for my age, but he called me by a particular name that to this day, haunts me.
And, wow, this is the quickest we've ever got to the heart of the interview here on the F-Hole. This is amazing. Yes, and...
This is far from the heart. This is merely a traumatic anecdote.
a traumatic anecdote.
But the name that haunted me that entire year, it broke me. I eventually broke and violently assaulted him. But before that happened, he called me, and at first I laughed it off. It was not much, but the key to this was the relentless grinding me down over the course of an entire school year. And the name was this. Let me try to do it justice. Hey, Bernie. Bernie Butthole. I did, in fact, violently assault him after a year's worth of...
Did he sound exactly like that? Because I think that was incredibly convincing.
He had a slightly deeper voice, I think. He and I were roughly the same size, which is, I think, why it was very surprising when I didn't seem like the violent sort at the time. That name, I just flashed it, but I think...
Burn notice it is.
Feel the burn notice.
Feel the burn notice.
Yeah, feel the burn notice is the obvious go-to. It's like you don't want me to notice you, and so you want to feel it when I'm noticing you.
Now let's see if I can edit the title of the YouTube video in the stream.
Can you do that after you put up the live stream?
I don't know. It might start another one. It might just change it. I'm going to edit it and see what happens. Feel the burn notice.
Very experimental here on YouTube.
Yes. Here we go. We're going to save it, and it appears to still be streaming. So there you go. We're feeling the burn notice, and now you have disappeared. Oh my goodness. We are having a. We're going to have to fire an intern.
You have interns?
Yeah, every episode we fire an intern. It's like a rollerball. It's a lesson in futility. No, I'm joking. We don't actually have... Oh, I know what happened. You appeared in the mini window of Zoom.
You know, lots of people refer to lessons in futility, but I have always found that lessons in futility are futile, so why bother? And I mean that.
I believe we have lost your stream, or I've lost your Zoom on my video capture. Let's see. Sorry, it's another technical check here on the F-hole.
Can I be heard? That's the important.
I don't know. You were here, and now you're not.
Oh, my audio is apparently quite low.
Yeah. Okay. So I think they're only hearing you through my speakers. 1 second. Window capture. I see what's going on. Okay, something strange happened. Okay, now let's see if you show up. Zoom meeting, you can do it. Oh, but that's a little bit closer. Well, now. Aha. I went fishing for you, and I retrieved you.
There I am.
I'm going to turn you up in Zoom, if I can. If you can turn up your output volume any on your end, feel free to, please. I'm just going to get a little... Oh, wait. Let's try this. Maybe that'll work better. All right, say something.
Something.
Very good. I believe this is as loud as I can get you, so I'm gonna just change tactics and turn this down. You're right here live on the F-hole with Bern, Satire Clark.
Bernie. I like Bernie. Bernie's good.
I like.
Bernard is only in print. I don't like the sound of Bernard. Too many teachers as a child. Bernard! No, thank you.
Have you ever used a stage name?
Yes, sort of. Not a stage name, but I have used a nom de plume. As you know, I do audiobooks, and I have done some erotica. So I use an assumed name for the erotica books I've done. I'm going to go ahead and tell you because...
I'm about to say it's got to be juicy.
You know, I wanted something elegant, classy, but also a little corny. You know, I want something that had kind of a dad joke of a porn name. So I went with Richard Magnus.
Oh, I like it. It's also got a little ring of the occult about it.
It does. I know. It's almost like a superhero name.
Yeah.
Richard Magnus.
It looks like it.
What does that mean?
This is the star talent, actually. This is Orpheus. Orpheus the Bard. Here, he's a very good singer. Anyway, excuse me, I'm distracted. I have dogs. Why do I have dogs? Orpheus, you have something to say? He's trying to tell me that somebody's fallen down a well. What's up, Orpheus? Yes. What's going on? I might have to see why my dog is desperately trying to hold my hand. I'll be right back here on the F-hole.
She's seen the viewing numbers for the show.
Have you seen the numbers? What's going on? Oh, they're all accounted for. They're just dying for my attention. Okay. No, buddies. Oh no. What's going on? I'll be right back. I'm being attacked by my own dogs on the F-hole. Come on, buddies. What's up? Come on. Hey, everybody. Let's go. Let's go out. Bound round. Yeah, that's my 200 pounds of interruptions. Let me take down this background music. Okay, so my guest tonight is Bernard Satire Clark, or Bernie, or Bern. And he's somebody I met here in Atlanta. And God, when did we meet? Our
2000s? No, late
AIT
late 90s.
careers, yeah,
97?
97, 98, yeah.
97. I moved to Atlanta in 1996, right after the Olympics took place, like literally a month after.
Now,
I was still recovering.
didn't you end up doing AIT?
Yeah, just that first year or so that I was there, I only went to like maybe 2 or 3.
Oh, okay. Yes.
But this is funny. I very distinctly remember meeting your ex.
Oh, yes. Well, that's something we share in common.
Yes. Who then later, much later, went on to become one of my exes.
Yes. It's an elite club that I think shows excellent taste in men.
But I think that it was after I had come out the other side of that you and I, who'd circled one another for a number of years, actually sat down at a nightclub one night and just got really hammered.
Yeah. Now, I'm trying to think.
That was the first moment I remember just truly, genuinely liking you. I was just, you are a delight. You were so hammered you could barely string sentences together.
That's usually when I'm most likable. Whoa, I just peeked out.
On a lot of drugs, so that was.
That was Atlanta and the time, I think.
That was Atlanta at the time.
So what's the first performance that we did? I'm trying to remember. See, it goes all back in the mist of time. Telling me.
I don't even know. I know that my favorite thing that I did with you was you came and did a show that we were doing called The Invisible College.
Yes,
No.
we did a bunch of the Invisible College, but we did like 3 or 4 of those, right?
You did some stuff with us before that, or was it during the Invisible College?
We did that. We did. We also did a wake for Robert Anton Wilson.
That's what it was. That was before we did Invisible College. We did Awake.
Yeah. That was my exposure to Robert Anton Williams, or Wilson for the first real time. I just pretty much always looked at the Illuminati trilogy and was like, that looks interesting, and never got around to it. Had no idea he was such a brilliant philosopher. It's pretty. You pay attention if you play a funeral cold.
Just getting this in from our technical department. The new intern says that I am still very difficult to be heard if I'm just coming through the speakers.
Okay, let me once again see what I can do to change that. Audio settings. I believe I know what I need to do. Just speak for me.
Testing 1, testing 2.
Okay, say something else.
Hello, my name is Bernie.
Yes, this is good. Tell me more about yourself, Bernie.
Let's see, I live in the Pacific Northwest. I role-playing game geek.
What else? I think that's it.
That's it. So, anybody has any great ideas on making Zoom louder in OBS? Let me see what I've missed. I've missed something. I know what I've missed. Speak again.
Testing 3. Testing
There's
4.
Bernie. I'm so sorry. I think you're coming through now. Let me. Yes, indeed. Sorry, folks. It was the advanced audio properties. Syllables are overrated. Okay. Well, what's your favorite dystopian movie that has taken place by now, 2021, in the movie's timeline?
I still think the Road Warrior is my favorite post-apocalypse dystopian spectacle.
Yeah, I think it kind of wins.
I'm still
I love
waiting.
Blade Runner.
Oh yes,
But as far as dystopias, I think, Road Warrior's more dystopian than Blade Runner. At least people get off the planet in Blade Runner.
yeah, and there's technology, and if you're extremely wealthy, I guess your quality of life is pretty good.
Yeah.
But in the Road Warrior, definitely. I think that captures the. We have an echo.
Oh no. Let's see. Here. That's probably. I know what I'm doing. So.
It's probably because I'm being piped to the speakers.
I have you still coming through the speakers, even though I put on headphones. This is how the pros do it.
I mean, I get paid to do stuff, and you get paid to do stuff. Just not to do any of this stuff.
Hello.
Hello, testing 1.
Okay, great. Now I think, are you getting an echo?
I mean, I have a delay in my feedback.
Okay, you're hearing yourself again later?
Yes.
Okay. Well, crap is what I say about that.
I might have a workaround for that. Hold on.
Okay, try this.
Testing 1, testing 2. Oh, there. My echo's gone. Can you
Very
guys
good.
hear me all right?
Now I click over to the chat. Well, there is a chat. Okay.
Testing 3, testing 5, testing 7.
This is a transmission from the FO. Oh, perfect. We've never gotten a perfect sound score here on the FO. Perfect sound, perfect. Okay.
Ooh, perfect.
Wow. So,
Excellent.
So this is by the way, this is par for the course. Thank you for signing up for the. I did tell you it was several hours of muttering and sound check.
Several hours of muttering and sound check. I remember you saying that. I remember watching the previous episode and thinking there's a lot of muttering.
Yes.
I don't remember the sound checking.
That's because I didn't have a guest. It's usually I try to mess up the sound more for other people because it's a sort of a gift. It's a gift.
I mean, I can mess it up myself. If you'd like. I've got several. You got any filters? We can throw a filter on my voice.
You want me to filter? I know this is unfiltered. This is the FO.
Can you make my voice sound younger?
Yes, yes, I can make your voice sound younger. Let's see.
Like a baby.
Yes, I believe so. Now, the question is whether I can do it in OBS. So, um, speaking of recording, you've done a lot of audio recordings. I know you've done ARTC as well, right?
Yeah, the Atlanta Radio Theater Company. I worked with them off and on for a lot of years. Not like super heavy, but I when I first moved to Atlanta, I was
You were on
looking
several
for stuff to do.
recordings, I think, that I did there with the Ghost Project.
hmm
A neat
Yeah, I did
organization.
a lot of their live shows. Not a lot, but I did a certain key live shows over the years, and they were, yeah, I like working with those guys. They were fun. I remember the Foley stuff was just fascinating because they were doing old timey, like classic Foley stuff live
Yeah.
for most of their recordings when I first hooked up with them, and that was like literally like the guy had like a little door and a little bells and shoes and like you know.
Yeah, making the little. It's interesting how like you're doing the live format, but then with the sound effects you're doing samples, and I was always just like, there's a weird line when you're being like, I'm recreating something, and I think they do a pretty good job of just like picking where the line is, which is
hmm
it's live with no edits. But it's always strange to see like the coconut shells and then triggering a sample of the waves behind them on the keyboard. Not that they're technically really doing much of a different thing. They should do it like they did radio broadcasts in the Middle Ages.
I mean, how do you know they didn't? We just don't have any record of that. But
So, what's the strangest theatrical experience you've ever been involved in as a performer?
oh, the I think the first thing that jumps to mind is a show I did that was a very strange theatrical adaptation, or not. It was a famous poet, African American woman, older, 60s maybe, late 60s. Well, I do not recall her name at the time. She was locally famous in Atlanta, and she was doing this piece she'd written. She was doing it's a big spoken word piece. It's kind of long, like a monologue, and it is very narrative driven. She tells a bunch of stories, and she drifts in and out of these characters. And I guess that they wanted to do a thing where they had all these actors who like step in and like are the characters she's talking to and talking about, and then like drift in and out. But wanted them to be these sort of shadows, so they dressed us up in skin tight black spandex with like black masks. So we were just these shapeless nude
Oh my
people on
God.
stage, and that was the very first time I'd ever had to stand on stage in a spandex bodysuit. Like I had to have a jock strap so that my you know so it was held at a children's museum, and they didn't want us to get arrested or thrown out. uh, that was interesting. That was weird because I was basically hired to be a dancer, and I wasn't a dancer. I wasn't responding to a dance notice. It was like an acting notice. And they're like, "Yeah, you're going to be a silent dancer." Okay, all right.
I too danced in black spandex body stocking things in the 1990s, but it was something we called Lugo Assault. We would put on those silly Halloween masks that were just kind of like stretchy black stuff, and then we'd wear like turtlenecks and gloves and black pants and boots, and we would show up at clubs and dance like robots for about 5 or 10 minutes and leave. And that was something we found, I don't know, entertaining, worthwhile doing with an entire night of our lives.
Yes, to all of those things, but more importantly, it was your choice to do that.
That's
That
true. I
was
don't
that
believe in
was
non-consensual. The reason we called it Lugo Assault was the Lugo Men.
the Lugo Men.
Yeah, there's a there's a 1960s Japanese live action TV show in the style of, like, say, Ultraman,
Oh,
called
right.
Space Giants, that was syndicated.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
And
And they wore the black span. Did they have like little robot masks or
yeah, they
something?
could turn into jet fighters. There were three robots who lived in a volcano with Methuselah, who had built them. And there was Goldar, Silvar, and Gamera. Anyway, they could turn into rockets. I thought it was really cool. Also, Goldar shot missiles out of his tits, like totally tit missiled people to death. Like, choo, choo, choo. And they had hair. All the robots had hair.
Well, well, I
The Lugo
I
men.
can see that it's appealing visually.
Yeah,
Give them a little
so
roughage, some
but the bad
ruffles.
guys were these aliens who wore black body stockings over their faces, like they were just like all black shadows. And when you beat them up with kung fu or shot them, they melted.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Was there like sometimes a little puff of smoke, and then there'd be like
Yes,
just some
some
slime
goo.
on the ground?
And they would dress up in clothes too. Yes, those were Lugo men. And that concludes tonight's Space Giants history lesson. So we were talking about ADD earlier today.
Advanced Dungeons and Dragons?
Yes,
Oh,
advanced, yeah, or ADHD and ADD,
no,
and
we were talking about both of those.
artists.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think that more artists you've met have some symptoms or some aspect of those than other occupations?
Okay, so I don't know because I've come to realize that while I know a lot of artists and have met a lot of different kinds of artists in my travels and my years doing various theatrical stuff, I have come to realize that the ones that I meet and the ones that I tend to gravitate towards and the ones I tend to connect with and thus get to know are the neurodivergents who have some form of neurologic difference, and that I believe there are artists who are not neurodivergent. They're just intensely passionate and creative, normal neurotypicals. But I don't hang out with any of those, so I don't really know how many there are.
Is neurotypical a that's a
It's a
great
slur.
word. It's a slur. It isn't a slur a bit. It's
It is
like a
it is absolutely a slur. When I know a lot of people who are sort of, discovering their various, like, I'm going to become a better person. I know I've discovered that I'm not neurodivergent, and it just made me angry at everyone who ever made fun of me growing up. And so now I've decided to hunt them all down and let them know what I think about it.
um would this be including the person who you mentioned earlier, what you did the impression of?
Oh, no, 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 no. He and I
Okay.
actually became friends a few years later after high school. Like 4 or 5 years later. So yeah, about a year after high school, he went to work at the same movie theater I was working at as an usher in 1990, and I realized that he was just a just a massive stoner burnout. And he hadn't even gotten out of high school, and his life was a downward trajectory. So I just was like, oh, I don't, yeah, this is cool. I'll just be friends with him and watch from a distance. And I did. It was cool.
Uh, did you actually form a friendship, or was this more like um, a chicken man in Breaking Bad, watching the
Little column A, little column B. But I mean, we got to be friends. He's actually, I was friends with him on Facebook. He's actually turned out to be a decent chap in the long run with like family and a life. And he overcame his scurrilous past as a mindless school bully. I mean,
I was.
he was an NPC.
Oh
We
my
were
god.
talking about that. There's some people in the real world that you can just you know that they're NPCs, and
That's a great philosophy.
He was
Uh,
an NPC, and I think he eventually graduated to player character. So I think he's probably like fifth or sixth level by now. I don't know.
so something we really share is a passion for role playing games and probably games in general, but role playing games especially. Uh,
For me, role playing games are actually just a convenient framework that allows me to interact with the real world in a meaningful way that makes me seem less crazy.
but that's well,
I employ the alignment system from
uh,
like D and
Gary
D
Gygax's
as a
nine alignment system.
yeah.
I totally believe it's better than Freud or Jung.
Yes, absolutely. What there was
I don't need to know your archetype. I need to know your level, class, and alignment, and
yeah,
on the nine alignment system.
yeah, that's it. That's all you need, and you know everything you need to know. All right. So what level are you? Level three. Okay, cool, cool. I'm level five. We might be able to hang out. What's your? Let's see. All right, human. Um, ooh, is this guy a ranger? Shit, I don't know any rangers. Rangers are cool. They know all kinds of stuff. If he's a rogue, you're like, I don't know. What's your alignment, man? If he's not chaotic good, even chaotic neutral rogues, they're gonna steal your shit. You know,
Yeah, yeah. See,
I think
yeah,
it's highly functional. It's a highly functional
it
system.
highly functions for like for sort of grouping people or behaviors that you've witnessed, something like that. I would say that the thing that role playing games seem to have taught the most is to always be aware that there are odds. You,
Ooh, yeah.
like when I mean after the red box set, after after a week of Dungeons and Dragons, I remember approaching a creek in the woods, and I looked at it, and Mike Honkonen jumped across it, and I was like, I think I can make that. And then in my brain was immediately going like, well, you've got a strength of 9, and you're, and I'm like, what? Your first level, and I'm like 80% chance of making it. And whether I was right or not, I just realized that that's something that changed in my mind very early on. So I do think for relating to the world, you find it more you find it a better way to relate to the world than
Well,
a
I
convenience.
grew up in the 70s and 80s, really, and so we weren't taught how to socialize at all. Not, I mean,
No,
there
it
was
was
no
Lord of the
attempt.
Flies.
It was Lord of the Flies. Even at school, like there was no attempt was made to. I think the thought process was you you're civil you were your parents are civilized, you were born into a civilized family, so you're going to just naturally be civilized. But the reality was is that everyone I grew up around, every child I grew up around was a frothing cannibal or barbarian of some kind, just waiting for an opportunity to kill, eat, and skin you know uh, their peers. And so I found role playing games to be an interesting way to learn how to socialize with people. Because I remember the early games, and we didn't need monsters. We usually ended every third session in a TPK or total party kill that had nothing to do with the GM or the adventure. We just turned on each other like thieves after the big heist. We just couldn't even get to the we would get the quest in the tavern, and we would leave, and on the journey we'd kill half the party because one of us would find something, a shiny +1 dagger, and then immediately all the thieves would try to steal it, and then the barbarian would get pissed and kill someone, and then the paladin would try to kill the barbarian, and the barbarian would kill the paladin because it would just steamroll, and then everybody would be dead. And so we eventually learned that in order to have the adventure, you have to stop trying to fuck each other over. And that was a huge lesson.
What
It
at
just
what age was this lesson coming uh, coming to the realization? Oh,
I was 9 when I started playing D&D. I think this lesson really sunk in about a week ago.
Oh, hang on a second.
Are you getting a missive?
Whoa. Oh, hang on just a second. I need to go check on my dog. I believe my dog was trying to tell me something. He was, I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
There really is someone stuck down a well.
Bernie, you have the comms. You're here live on the F-hole. Would you like some background music?
Yes, I will. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity to read to you all one of my, where is it? Here we go. I just found these the other day and wanted to bring them out. Ha. Here we go.
This is Bernie Clark live here on the F-hole. I'm going to go check on my puppy.
Yeah. So this is a novel by Frank Herbert. Many of you may not be as familiar with Mr. Herbert's work. He's obviously wrote Dune and the Dune series, but he also wrote some other stuff besides Dune. And one of the stories he wrote is his novel Hellstrom's Hive, which you can't see very well. But let's see, Hellstrom's Hive. That's how it wants to edit it out. You can't see it. So instead, I'm just going to tell you that this novel, Hellstrom's Hive, by Frank Herbert, is ostensibly science fiction, but let me tell you, it is just horror. It is a horror novel, and it's quite good. Let's see. There's a good scene. From the Hive Manual, the most powerful socializing force in the universe is mutual dependence. The fact that our key workers eat an additional diet of leader food should never obscure from them their interdependence with those not chosen for this privilege. Clovis lay in deep shade beneath the Madrona corpse. Hops, about 500 yards southeast of the gate into Hellstrom's farm. She could see swarms of people fighting the grass fires up by the fence, and some of them obviously had guns, not those mysterious humming weapons she'd seen knocking some of her team flat. Christ, there must be hundreds of people up there fighting those fires. Blue-gray smoke spiraled upward from the fires, and she could smell the alkali bitterness of the smoke as some of it drifted across her position. She held her pistol in her right hand, resting it over her left forearm to steady it. They would come from that direction, obviously. DT had worked down to the right behind her with the burp gun. She glanced back, trying to spot him. He'd said to give him 10 minutes, then move back. He'd cover her. As a footnote, a burp gun is a slang term for a submachine gun. She thought about the brief battle in the farmyard. Holy Jesus, she had never expected anything even remotely like that experience. God-awful, yes, but not that. Nude men and women carrying odd double-tipped weapons. She could hear the strange crackling hum of the damn things even yet. From the way her team had fallen under that weird barrage, she suspected the things were lethal. A new kind of weapon. That had to be the answer to Project 40. Well, they'd expected a weapon, but not something like this. Why were the people nude? She had not yet allowed herself to ask what might have happened to Eddie Janford. Her original guess stood, dead, and probably by one of those odd weapons. The things had a limited range, however. About 100 yards, she made it. Bullets from her pistol had the reach on them. The trick was to keep the attackers at a distance and look out for the few with guns. She glanced at her wristwatch. 3 minutes before she could move out. riveting. Actually, like most of the stuff that Herbert writes, I find it to be a little dry and the action a little stilted, but the ideas and the concepts he plays with are just fantastic. In this particular novel, essentially, a scientist has a mad scientist, if you will, has started a cult-like commune up in the wilds of Oregon, and it's a government espionage agency, simply called the Agency, send some agents out to the farm to find out what they're up to, as they think it's something, threatening to the economy. It's a very cynical book. The approach that he takes to the government. So when the agents get out there, to make a long story short, essentially what the scientist has been doing is genetically and physically and mentally rewriting humanity to make true human insect hybrids, in that they are people, they're humans, genetically engineered and having a little bit of work done on them to make them better physically, but they think and act like insects. And he has engineered this new society and all these technologies, and it gets into some there's nutrient vats and cannibalism and all kinds of caste systems and stuff. And then it's the NSA walks into this and it's like, what the hey? And it's just a nightmare scenario. It's fantastic. I can imagine why it's never been made into a movie. It would be terrifying and probably really terribly executed. Now you could probably make something really dark and messed up that would work really well. That was my dissertation on Hellstrom's Hive, a novel by Frank Herbert. I don't really have anything else to say on it. I'm still reading it, so I don't really know how it ends. Presumably
Hellstrom's Hive by Frank Herbert.
Oh yeah,
man. I haven't read Frank Herbert in a long time, although I did see the Dune movie.
What'd you think?
I enjoyed it. I didn't find it was strangely kind of satisfyingly enough like the book that I just kind of was like, yes, this is good. I don't know. It didn't passionately move me. The ornithopters were some of the coolest things I've ever seen on screen, and I just immediately wanted to fly one around. It, like childhood, excitement. I had a lot of dragonflies where I lived. Mm-hmm. When was the Hellstrom Hive? When did he write that?
That is a good question. Let me look at the imprint quickly. Let's see. 1973. 1 year after I was born. It's a very good book. I will let you know how it ends. Like I said, probably not well. I can't imagine.
Sorry, I have to check on my dog again. He seemed to be having a seizure almost earlier, which has been happening occasionally. So I'm just going to go make sure he's not falling down the stairs.
He's an older dog?
No, he's a puppy.
Oh.
Okay, you're fine.
Poor animals.
He's fine.
They don't know.
He's fine. He's fine. So, wow. What did you think of Dune?
Oh, I thought it was very pretty. I thought it covered the major beats of the story well enough. I felt was a big fan of the strangely reviled previous film adaptation, the first one that had people have a love-hate relationship with. I enjoyed it. I'd seen it a lot as a kid growing up. I was a kid when it came out, so I was at the time I was just like, that movie's created a lot of visual sort of benchmarks in my head for how things ought to look in weird science fiction films. So I thought it was all right overall. Yeah, there's something about modern cinema that I feel like there's some sort of essential humanistic soul or essence that's missing from a lot of films, and I just think that's because as we've gotten away from just a person in front of a camera doing a thing to the incredibly rich, cultivated visual spectacle of an entirely fabricated world spun visually out of special effects and sackcloth. I think sometimes you saw it happening as it was going on through the 90s and the early 2000s, but now we've reached a point where I think the artistry of cinema has reached a point of apex where now they really need to start looping back around and asking themselves, how can this technology help us tell better stories about people?
Well, it stopped being about better stories and about how much can this story make me?
Well, that's always been there because capitalism.
Well, yeah, but the formula got too fine tuned, and everybody just played it safe with the formula. If that makes it.
But that's again, I'm gonna point out that there's a fundamental disconnect that is always going to be present between artists and creators and people who are just making things, whether it's a story or a movie or a sculpture or art, anybody who wants to make a thing, and somebody who wants to make money. There's a disconnect, and there's always going to be a disconnect. There's always going to be, no matter what, those two philosophies, you're always going to reach a certain branch in the road where one's going to need you to go that way and the other one's going to need you to go the other way, and you have to choose. And
it's not a single intersection. It's constantly in a career path like that. Yeah.
So when that's going to happen. I think that especially what happens is that the people at the top of the food chain in that ecosystem they have a higher tolerance for risk, I think, than a lot of capitalists, but at the same time they still don't like too much risk. They want to be able to consistently make money, and if they can't predict what people are going to want to see, then they can't accurately predict what kind of movies are going to make money. And then if they're so rich and so out of touch with the rest of the world, then how can they know what people are going to want to see, because they are not the people that they're making the thing for anymore. That's my problem as an artist. I don't want to get too successful because I don't ever want to stop being the person I'm making stuff for. I don't want to make stuff for rich people, and I don't want to become rich because I don't want to forget how to make stuff for poor people, I guess.
I totally want to become rich, and so I can just bitch about that for a while.
Don't get me wrong. If somebody handed me a huge pile of money, I'd take it, but I'd also probably spend most of it.
I'm not saying it'd be a good thing for someone necessarily to be rich. I don't know if this is borne out statistically, or if it's because of another sociological factor, if you're really wealthy, you want to pass down the kingdom to somebody who's not a lute player. But if you look at artists, really successful artists, most of them that I can think of don't have comfort for a period of their life, or they don't have an easy road. I don't know how to say it, and I don't know if that's just because it's so universal, but I just Bach, and I'm probably missing a lot of details. The original Johann Sebastian, he's like the only one where I'm like, okay, so you had a really great family, and you worked at this really nice job. You could support all 29 kids or whatever, and just
So does Tom Hanks.
yeah. But then I guess well, his wife did die when he went to Vienna. Yeah. I mean, tragedy touches us all, I guess.
There's no way to cushion yourself from tragedy. You can only cushion yourself from the consequences of your actions. Like that's what I think having a lot of access to a lot of resources does. Just gives you a cushion that sort of buffers you against the consequences of your actions. And so they're good or bad. Like that means if you're someone who likes to take risks, you have room to experiment. You've got room to fail. If you're someone who doesn't like taking risks, it means that you can probably get away with being an idiot much longer than somebody who doesn't have those same resources.
Do you know about toxoplasmosis?
Oxoplasmosis. Yeah, I seem to recall having read that word before. What is that?
It's a parasite that is passed back and forth between rats and cats,
Yeah.
and humans can contract it from cat litter. And
Mm-hmm.
it's turned out that there's a growing body of evidence that toxoplasmosis is not just harmful for pregnant women, because that's what they'll say, if you're pregnant you don't change the litter or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
in human males, they've noticed behavioral changes, higher risk taking behavior, because you're exposed to a parasite in cat litter that actually, when it infects the rat, it makes the rat engage in riskier behavior. It walks through the middle of the room instead of along the walls, and that
Mm-hmm.
entices the cat to eat it. And then the parasite has two stages of its life cycle. So, toxoplasmosis. Did you know about that? Why isn't
I'd
this more?
I'd read about it, and yes, I've certainly lived with cats enough where I've had to change
Yeah,
cat litter that I could certainly have
enough.
been infected with toxoplasmosis. But I also recall being a very, very young child, and I didn't grow up with cats. I was deathly allergic to them as a small child, and that was discovered very early. So there were no cats around me growing up, and I've fallen down so many flights of stairs and out of so many trees and flung myself off of so many rooftops that I know that my high tolerance for risk is not something that came late in life. It's definitely was there from the get go.
That's my question, because I I think I had no concept of mortality somehow till I don't know, when they say your brain isn't finished developing to your early 20s or something, or mid 20s. I totally get it, because I think around 20 years old, if at least some of us, I don't know, I just had this ability to dissociate from reality in a different, totally unhealthy way.
I mean that's dissociating is you know a defense mechanism. It's a response to trauma. It's a natural reaction to low dopamine and stuff like that. There's all kinds of things that can go into that. Like I just completely lost my train of thought. That was an ADHD moment right there.
Uh,
That was
well,
literally like the words were just chugging along and then just stopped.
well, so talking about the artistic path is just pretty much a tale of like, why the hell would you do this? Now, I will say, from my perspective, Bernie, that you seem like one of the people who cannot do anything but what you do, or will
Nope.
not do anything but what you do, like somewhere in there, because
I'm just
you're a
bad at
lifer.
anything outside of what I do, and when I've tried to sustain any kind of effort at something other than what I'm principally good at, it usually ends in some sort of miserable failure or trauma. The last time I had a real job was here in Oregon, and I had to quit because it was such a hostile, toxic work environment as a whole, like across the board, that I was literally found myself in a position where I was like, if I don't quit, I'm going to go to jail because I'm going to murder my manager. She's such a terrible person. And I've learned that as I've gotten older, I just have such a smaller and smaller tolerance for that kind of stuff, and it means that I can't. Yeah, I have this like overblown sense of like moral or ethical framework of what's right and wrong, and I it wasn't always there. I built it over time, and I guess now I'm old and I'm like, fuck it, I don't care. I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm going to say what I think, and that's going to keep me out of a lot of work.
What's your alignment in your perception?
Chaotic good.
Chaotic
Leaning
good.
to chaotic. I think I used to be chaotic neutral, but I'm definitely chaotic good now.
I'd agree. But
Yeah,
then,
like heavy on
you
the
know,
chaos.
it really bugged me when I realized that I guess the 9 alignments were a deity, but then they had the box sets like I started with the red box set, and they just had chaotic and lawful and neutral,
Yup.
and that bugged me. I'm like, just because you obey the laws doesn't mean you're better than the person who's chaotic.
Well, and it was funny because you look at it, and it was very clearly just meant to be like good and evil, but they wanted to come up with some other alternative because they clearly people wanted to play bad guys. So like, I want to play an evil character. Oh, okay.
So
Maybe chaotic alignment.
I've got a copy of Deities and Demigods somewhere around here. You know how it was funny how they put like all the pantheons. They put some mythological figures from various religions, and I think they put the whole Norse pantheon in it. But I was just like, you're not going to
Yes.
like
No, all of them. In fact, the original first printing had Lovecraft's Cthulhu stuff in it.
yeah. But they wouldn't, they were obviously, it was satanic panic in the 80s, so it was, hard enough already, but they weren't going to touch the Judeo-Christian stuff, which was too bad because I wanted to see Jesus's stats and Moses's, cleric level.
I think that that would have just
It would have ended
really
TSR.
made a bunch of people so upset.
Would it have moved society forward or backwards, I wonder?
I think it would have just caused D&D to go under. There would have been a backlash.
Somebody should do a political commentary show called Monday Morning Quarterback, where you review political news from like 30 years ago and argue about it loudly on your show.
Yeah, I remember during that's fantastic. I had during the pandemic, I was every day was a get up, look at the news. Oh, go back to bed, feel sick. And I got to a point where I wanted to do like a hard hitting podcast called Boiling Point. And the idea was that I would just read the worst headlines of the day and swear about it while watching a live stream of a cup of water being brought to a boil. That was it. That was the idea. Just watching water boil while I read the news dramatically.
It would be great if you had to like cut the news broadcast when it came to a boil.
As soon as it was done boiling, that's it. You get the time it takes to boil a cup of water, and that's all you're going to spend on news. So I'm just going to give you as much of the bad news as I can, all the really important stuff really quickly.
Yeah, so you said during the pandemic, and it's just now it's really. How bored are you with the pandemic, or are you?
I mean the when I say the pandemic, I'm meaning 2020, the shutdown, the big year-long shutdown. But we're still in it. The pandemic's still going on, obviously. So what we're really in now is like stage 3
Yeah, it's like Groundhog Day, but I don't know. It's just like, well, I
Well,
don't
the
know what it's
tsunami
like.
waves will keep coming. They'll just come like shorter and farther apart, but they'll keep coming slowly. You know that like we'll keep getting. They're gonna run out of Greek
How,
letters.
how many more phases till fast zombies?
I don't think we'll get fast zombies. I'll be honest. I think that
Yeah, it's
I think they can't. We don't have fast people. We're not going to get fast zombie. I think that the zombieitis is not going to make people faster. It's going to make people like run into walls and like flail around and vomit blood. And,
yeah,
I actually always thought that in a real zombie apocalypse, the zombies would actually be really easy to handle in small groups. It's just that then there's like 10 million of them in a throng moving towards you. You can't really fight that. But if there's just like 6 of them, you just like get in your truck and you drive over them a few times and like there you go. They can't open doors. They're real, and then they don't have like the bones don't hold together well. They're kind of squishy. If you just hit them hard enough with a baseball bat, sometimes parts fall off. You just push them over. That they can't get up real well either.
yeah. I remember thinking the Roman Empire would not have a problem with the zombie apocalypse.
No, no, probably not. It's that notion of the turbo zombies though that we're like, okay,
Yeah, they got no.
ourselves are not scary enough. It's got to be superior versions of ourselves.
Yeah, well, they realized that there was a little bit of room to be eked out in the zombie sort of multiverse. Because, for instance, Nazi underwater zombie movies, that's a genre, right? You've got Shockwaves, The Lake.
Zombie Nazi movies in general is a specific genre,
That's a
and
specific.
actually
But
not a bad one. There's a few real winners in there.
okay, favorite zombie Nazi movie.
Favorite Nazi zombie movie? I think I want to say the series is called like Blood Harvest or something, and it's a series. There's like 2 or 3 of them. They're ultra low budget. The second one I think got a bigger budget than the first one, and they're just nuts. In this, it's a regiment, like a cursed regiment of Nazi soldiers led by an SS officer, and they're like smart. They're intelligent. They use guns. They're like, and it's not so much that they're like cannibals or the flesh-eating zombies. They just want to kill all the living, and it just gets crazy. I think like all of the characters in the first movie get killed. In the second movie, that like goes. I've watched the second movie. It's freaking bonkers. They cast a spell to resurrect a bunch of Russian zombies to fight the German zombies. And so there's a big battle at the end between a bunch of Russian zombies and Nazi zombies. It's just
I think
there's
I
like a
almost
tank.
watched this like a few months ago. I was kind of on like a World War II zombie kick.
Yeah, that both of the first 2 films, I don't know if there's a third one or not, but the first 2 films, they're just bonkers. Like they are ridiculously bonkers. They're ultra low budget, but at the same, like the acting's terrible, but at the same time the special effects are actually halfway decent, and it's just they're so gory. Oh, they're so gory. I think a dude like the main character gets his like genitals ripped off or something early in the first film.
I would say that we should review a zombie movie sometimes. Like that would be good.
I'm
Because,
down. I love reviewing terrible or just
there's a level of terrible that's perfect, and it's hard to really define. But when you're there, Shockwaves is like that.
I've seen that one. That
Shockwave.
one's in the 80s, right?
Uh,
That's the one where they're like they're all in the bottom of a lake.
No, they're
Is that the one in the
it's like a
submarine?
Bermuda Triangle kind of thing. They're over they're on an island in the Caribbean where there's a downed Nazi ship that has, or submarine, which has a bunch of zombie super soldiers hiding in the water. It has death by blowfish in it. But it's great. They're just like, they're totally soggy dead.
Well, Lucio Fulci's Zombie, which is a brilliant classic in that genre, has the famous zombie fighting a shark underwater scene, which is an actual actor dressed up as a zombie punching an actual shark.
That's like David. I mean, that's like a Roger Corman hardcore.
Mm-hmm. Fulci was the one of the executive producers on the very first Night of the Living Dead.
Lucio Fulci. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with his work. He was an Italian horror filmmaker.
Oh yeah, I was really big into like 80s and 70s Italian horror stuff. But I'll tell you how long ago it's been since I've seen Lucio Fulci's Zombie. I rented it from Blast Off Video in Little 5 Points.
Wow, that is a relic from a bygone era. That was an independently owned. That was one of those classic, like that was the sort of place that inspired like Kevin Smith scripts.
Yeah, that's where I watched a bunch of. It used to be hard to track down stuff that was way outside of the sort of the normal universe. If you were lucky.
Impossible unless you knew certain people or knew where to go to
right.
get.
If you lived in,
you could go to stores like Blastoff.
Yeah, and if you lived too far away from a big metropolitan area, you might have one weird thing that it and nothing else.
It showed up in a supermarket one time on the corner in your town because the buyer was just buying things at random.
The buyer.
Well, there's always a person who buys the stuff in stores, right? There's a
person
who decides what they're going to stock.
Collects like classic Exotica albums, and I think a lot of times.
Go ahead.
Oh, it should be like paper, rock, scissors when you speak on Zoom and you hear each other at the same time because of the time delay.
Mm-hmm. I've just learned to leave long pauses.
That's really smart. Over.
Roger.
Moses.
Thank you for saying so. Over.
Lathander. Oh my God! It's my cousin Bob Kennedy. Hi there, Bobby.
Coltrane Kennedy.
Yes, if I can brag on my cousin for just a minute, he has a YouTube channel, and he is a musician, and musician. Say that 10 times fast. But he's the real deal. Yeah, he's the real deal. He's been writing songs since the 70s, 60s, even.
That's awesome. I
actually, you're not that old, Bobby. He's older than me. But
how old are you? If you don't mind my asking.
I turned.
If you do mind my asking, how old are you?
I turned 50 this year. 50.
You turned 50, or you did turn 50?
I did. I turned 50 in 2020. So yeah.
Congratulations. I will be turning that same corner.
Sorry.
I will slamming that same door shut in July.
Half century. It's cool.
I mean, I didn't expect to live this long. Did you?
No, I don't. I wonder who does. I think it's kind of built in as humans because, I mean, if you go back and then like the record, it's like most of us didn't live this long. So I think that's a perspective. Or maybe it's like ancient aliens and they lived a really long time.
I mean, we've been saying for a long time that our previous civilizations knew more stuff, and then they lost the knowledge, and like we've kind of come to understand that that's actually a recurring process that happens over and over again in our histories. And so like that that clock thing, that calculating device that they found.
Antikythera mechanism.
Yes, the Kythera
That's
mechanism.
I can't pronounce Greek, but it's basically like a really complicated geared like device that seemed to be related to sort of a sextant or something, but it basically was a very
It
clockwork mechanism.
Yes,
And it
but
was
what it did
from
was it predicted eclipses,
oh,
and it did so through analog gears that ultimately calculate and simulate the movement of the sun and the moon around the earth to calculate when there's going to be eclipses, apparently.
and this went down on a Roman or a Greek ship
Greek,
thousands of years
yeah.
ago.
This is like a couple of hundred years, several hundred years before they similar technology came into existence. So it's like they didn't have anything prior to this, or even anything close to this until several hundred years later. So it's sort of a big shock for them to go for them to find this thing and go, holy, this is wow, okay. So these guys were a little ahead of the curve by a considerable margin. And then that sort of feeds into a lot of other things that we've learned about history that we are kind of sketchy on, like, how did the Vikings get across to the New World back then?
Man, I think people are really good in boats. Cook's sailing around the world, and it's like he's the first one going around the world, and
it's the math, man. It's the math. It was math that made that possible.
But the whole time he's being passed by people in canoes, like going from Hawaii to Galapagos, and you know what I mean, like the Pacific Ocean. All the people there were so mobile. It's crazy on the ocean, and that was Stone Age technology.
Well, yeah, but it was also still a big deal to for a lot of people to go farther away from their their home island, and they could find their way back to. Going more than 50 miles away was especially in the South Pacific, where it's big wide open spaces, right? Lots and lots of little islands, but lots of big wide open ocean with just nothing going on. And you get those weird currents that'll snatch you and take you for several hundred miles faster than you could row, and oh, dump you off, there you go, you're fucked.
Yeah, but these people developed pretty complicated systems of navigation and could reliably go huge blue water distances.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just saying, I think people have just been sailing around forever. So Bob Kennedy is one of the last people who really knows what Carolina beach music is. So there's an East Coast style of music that kind of, I guess, if you were to think proto Beach Boys, they were kind of borrowing a little bit from this style and a few others. It's got a little ska in it, and it was native to the East Coast to the United States, Jekyll Island and Myrtle Beach. And Surf City. So interesting genre.
So it's surf music, so surf rock, but it's also
it's old East Coast proto surf rock, I guess. I don't know. Bobby's covered a whole bunch of these songs, and it's the only reason I know about this was stalking his YouTube channel.
Beach Billy rock.
Yeah, well, no, it's kind of got a smooth R&B edge to it at times, and definitely a ska feeling.
Ska, wow, that's cool.
That uptake, that da 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 But yeah, anybody listening, if you check out my cousin Bobby Coltrane Kennedy, because there's very few people I consider like just exactly real. I can't speak, so. Do you have something to read, Bernie, that I could accompany with music? I'm going to get out a fiddle in a minute.
I mean, I had a number of things that we'd talked about. Let's see. I know that you had asked about the one I have. I'm going to hold on a second. I'm going to slip over to my reading room for one second.
So Bernie does books on tape sometimes. I was doing quite a few of them, and he got a chance to do some real classics and some really, not classics. Which one's more fun? Something that's really terrible or something that's like you're reverent, like I love this author?
I think I enjoy doing pulpy sort of science fiction-y stuff the most just because that's what I enjoy reading. So the stuff I enjoy the most to do is the stuff I enjoy reading. And I think it's easier for me to get into it. I really enjoyed I got the chance to do a slew of older TSR published D&D novels, and I got to do the audiobook adaptations of them, and I got to do some classic modules the novelizations based on modules that I'd actually ran and played. Let's see. This is an oldie but goodie. This is a B1. As you don't know, this is an introductory module. In Search of the Unknown.
That came with the red box set, right?
I believe so. Yes. Or was one of the ones? Yeah, it came in the basic set.
Yeah, the basic set. Had two red books and
yeah. The thing about this one was that it was only like a partial module. They had like an unkeyed dungeon for like they had the first level of the dungeon keyed, and then like after that they're like, well, here's a list of monsters and some loot, make it up, which was kind of interesting. But this is my where is it? Where'd you go? Aha. This was the first module I ever bought.
That is the first one. Oh my God! Yes, I have that cover memorized. It was so exciting. That's, I believe, kobolds attacking them. Oh my God!
Those are hobgoblins.
There's kobolds
or orcs.
Okay,
the orcs have the blue noses
from inside. Maybe. Anyway,
the orcs have the blue noses.
It's good to know.
Let's see. Set that down. This is, of course, the reason I ever bought one of these is because you pop them open and it's like, oh, what the hell is this?
I believe that was like Monster Utopia, because if it strikes me that the caves of chaos in that module, like, so the orcs live right next to the goblins, living right next to
this is a suburban cul-de-sac.
Next to the
this is a suburban cul-de-sac. You would come in this way from the road. You'd work your way in. You'd see all of these little caves, all dotting, but you wouldn't be able to see the dungeons underneath. But you'd figure out which cave you wanted to go to, and you'd go in one of the caves, and then you encounter this little dungeon, and some of them weren't connected, and some of them were, and they ranged from like, you had all of your classic first level. You had goblins and kobolds and ogres and evil cultists and a Medusa and some vampires and just a whole slew of monsters and traps. And it's pretty much like the archetypal sort of video game dungeon.
It's would you say that it's, as far as D&D modules or games that would be made into, say, a movie or a book, this doesn't really strike you as very high on the list, right?
No, it has no plot.
No, it's just a series of maps where the monsters are.
It's what it is it is a small sandbox, much before anybody coined the term sandbox in regards to gaming, it was a sandbox. This is the region that you are adventuring in. And so there's this little keep called simply the keep. And it's pretty much the only real source of civilization. And so you have to go to the keep, use it as a base of operations. You can buy stuff and take on quests from the people there. And then you would go out into like the swamps and then down here and explore these hills and the river. And eventually you go up into the woods and you find the
caves of chaos. Yeah.
And then once you found the caves, you'd be like, oh, wow, this is going to take some time to clear out. And the idea was that it's multiple expeditions. Like you go in for an expedition, go clear out a cave, get some loot. All right, let's trek back to the keep and sell our stuff and resupply and lick our wounds and hire new hirelings and yada yada yada.
So there was always the kid who said, "I'm attacking the Duke," right? You went through that with this marshal, yeah. There's always a kid who's like, oh yeah, I'm going to take over the keep. I'm going to kill and
good luck. The keep is actually rock solid. If you look at the keep, what's funny about this keep, you look at other D&D dungeons and castles and stuff, and you're like, wow, they're designed for the GM and the player to play a game through, right? This keep is, in fact, loosely based on the structural design of actual medieval keeps. And that means that there's like this whole outer bailey and an inner bailey, and the inner bailey is like where the family lives, and everybody who's not in the family lives in the outer bailey. And if you wanted to get into the inner bailey without authorization, good luck, you're fucked. Just wasn't going to happen. Like, so there was no getting in to see the Duke unless you had a reason.
I found the keep on the Borderlands highly realistic as a kid, but the Caves of Chaos, I did feel it was a monster utopia. They literally all had individual like caves, and they lived next to each other, and it was just like, do you want to go the Minotaur?
Some of them had relationships. They had like symbiotic trade going on.
The undead temple right next to the Minotaur, next to the bugbears, which is this an urban myth? But I remember bugbears having bug heads when I was a kid, even though now they're goblinoids.
No, they never had bug heads. There was a bug-headed bear-like creature, but it wasn't.
That's an owl bear. That's an owl bear.
Well, no, the owl bear has an owl head, but then there's you've got the Umbra Hulk, and
I guess I probably just because the owl bear had an owl's head, and that was also in Keep on the Borderlands. It was a wandering monster, and then so why didn't a bug be a bear with a bug's head? Inconsistent.
What the trick to it is that bugbear is an actual mythological term. So they would take some creatures from mythology and they would put them in whole cloth, and other creatures from mythology, various mythologies and folklore.
And then where the hell did the boulette come from?
Modify, and then a bunch of creatures were they made up. Like Gygax just was like
the
cranking
beholder,
out stuff. The beholder,
the Illithid, the Githyanki, the.
Oh well, see, it goes back a lot older than that. You've got the rust monster, the green slime, the gelatinous cube. Let's see, the carrion crawler.
Carrion crawler was in Keep on the Borderlands.
All of these things, I think, were the way Gorgons worked were a little different. They had like a different version of the Gorgon, and then they had what was trying to think. So bugbears were originally a sort of a term for a sort of goblin type creature.
Yeah, and like hobgoblins.
Right.
Orcs.
So they to differentiate, they took the terms and they just sort of were like, all right, so it's little guys and medium-sized guys and big guys.
Well, you know about the Mandela effect, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I believe that before they turned on the CERN super collider in Switzerland, that bugbears had insect heads and goblinoid bodies. Ironically, not.
Hmm.
But that's
I'm
also
not.
when they spelled
I
Chick-fil-A different, and and yeah.
How did they spell Chick-fil-A before?
The Mandela effect conspiracy theories are
Yeah,
they
yeah,
always
yeah.
end up focused on the spelling of Chick-fil-A or Sinbad being in a movie about like Prince of Persia or something, or about a genie. Anyway,
Wasn't he in a movie about a genie?
I don't actually know, but I just know that people, the Mandela effect conspiracy theory, a lot of them are like, no, it definitely was him. And I believe they're
Hmm.
remembering Space Jam too. But on that note, can you read us a passage from The Keep on the Borderlands for anybody who might not have played Dungeons and Dragons when they were 11 like we did?
Certainly.
Because I believe, now this
Well, here,
novel was
here's the
written
map of the keep. Ooh.
when the novel.
I don't recall. I think the novel was written like the 80s, maybe.
Oh wow! So it goes way back.
Or 90s, maybe early 90s. They were TSR novels when it was still TSR before it became
Before Wizards of the Coast. Yeah.
and before Wizards of the Coast became owned by Hasbro, who is basically who owns Dungeons and Dragons now. But before then, when it was just TSR, they got into novels and novelizations, and that became a real moneymaker for them for a long time. And then, I mean, that's how we got Dragonlance, right? It was a setting created by some actual fantasy novelists who've been doing.
Yeah, well, and in those days you could actually sell books at bookstores. There was actually a kind of a booming, I guess, trade in fantasy novels. I remember like those were the glory days of like a bunch of people being able to afford to write. Margaret Weiss, Tracy Hickman.
Oh yeah, they were writing books and short fiction and stuff, but they were also writing modules because they were getting paid to do so, enough to live off of, presumably. But so let's see. Oh, this is a good one. I think I'd like to just start by reading the.
Okay, yeah.
I would like to read just the first paragraph to start with.
All right.
And then I will find another section. Is that all right? Dungeons and Dragons, dungeon module number B2, The Keep on the Borderlands. Introduction, : Welcome to the land of imagination. You are about to begin a journey into worlds where magic and monsters are the order of the day, where law and chaos are forever at odds, where adventure and heroism are the meat and drink of all who would seek their fortunes in uncommon pursuits. This is the realm of Dungeons and Dragons adventure game. The background. The realm of mankind is narrow and constricted. Always the forces of chaos press upon its borders, seeking to enslave its populace, rape its riches, and steal its treasures. If it were not for a stout few, many in the realm would indeed fall prey to the evil which surrounds them. Yet there are always certain exceptional and brave members of humanity, as well as similar individuals among its allies, dwarves, elves, and halflings, who rise above the common level and join battle to stave off the darkness which would otherwise overwhelm the land. Bold adventurers from the realm set off for the borderlands to seek their fortune. It is these adventurers who, provided they survive the challenge, carry the battle to the enemy. Such adventurers meet the forces of chaos in a testing ground, where only the fittest will return to relate the tale. Here, these individuals will become skilled in their profession, be it fighter or magic user, cleric or thief. They will be tried in the fire of combat. Those who return hardened and more fit. True, some few who do survive the process will turn from law and good and serve the masters of chaos. But most will remain faithful and ready to fight chaos wherever it threatens to infect the realm. You are indeed members of that exceptional class, adventurers who have journeyed to the keep on the borderlands in search of fame and fortune. Of course, you are inexperienced, but you have your skills and a heart that cries out for adventure. You have it in you to become great, but you must gain experience and knowledge and greater skill. There is much to learn, and you are willing and eager to be about it. Each of you has come with everything which could possibly be given you to help. Now you must fend for yourselves. Your fate is in your hands, for better or worse. Ahead, up the winding road, atop a sheer-walled mount of stone, looms the Great Keep. Here, at one of civilization's strongholds between good lands and bad, you will base yourselves and equip for forays against the wicked monsters who lurk in the wilds. Somewhere nearby, amidst the dark forests and tangled fens, are the caves of chaos, where fell creatures lie in wait. All this you know, but before you dare adventure into such regions, you must become acquainted with the other members of your group, for each life will depend upon the ability of the others to cooperate against the common foe. Now, before you enter the grim fortress, it is the time for introductions and an exchange of information. For fate seems to have decreed that you are to become an adventurous band who must pass through many harrowing experiences together on the path which leads towards greatness. You have traveled for many days, leaving the realm and entering into the wider area of the borderlands. Farms and towns have become less frequent and travelers few. The road has climbed higher as you entered the forested and mountainous country. You now move up a narrow, rocky track. A sheer wall of natural stone is on your left, the path falling away to a steep cliff on the right. There is a small widening ahead, where the main gate to the keep is. The blue-clad men-at-arms who guard the entrance shout at you to give your names and state your business. All along the wall, you see curious faces peering down at you, eager to welcome new champions of law, but ready with crossbow and polearm to give another sort of welcome to enemies. And then it moves on to DM notes, of which there are quite a few, as every single room in the keep is detailed, along with its specific contents, individuals, and their game statistics, as well as loot, should you be inclined to allow your players to slaughter everyone in the keep and take all their belongings. Something that was not expressly forbidden. In fact, I don't think there was any guidance given on it at all.
There was no moral guidance in it, other than it didn't even tell you, like, don't choose the bad alignment. But I definitely feel like, hang on, I've lost. Check. I've lost signal. Ground control. Check.
I have one more thing I think I'd like to read from this. I cannot hear you if you're speaking. So, obviously, the module goes into the adventures outside the keep, various encounters you can have and where they're at, wandering encounters and how that all works. But one of my favorite encounters in this module the one that I always found the most fascinating, the one I always wanted to run first. And I have run variations on it a few times when I was younger. Before you get to the Caves of Chaos, you may run across, or if I was running, you would definitely run across, encounter number 4 down in the middle of the bog to the south, just over the river. You would encounter the Mad Hermit. For many years, a solitary hermit has haunted this area of the forest, becoming progressively wilder and crazier and more dangerous. His home is in a huge hollow oak, the entrance to the hollow concealed by a thick bush. Inside is a mound of leaves and a couple of pieces of crude furniture. Even his cup and plate are handmade of wood and are of no value. There is a small chest buried under a few inches of dirt under the leaves in the Mad Hermit's bed. In this container are 31 pieces of gold, 164 silver pieces, a potion of invisibility, and a dagger +1. The hermit also has a pet, a mountain lion, which lurks on a limb of the oak ready to spring upon any unwary intruder. This creature will always get first attack. Mad Hermit is a 3rd level thief, armor class 4 due to leather armor and a ring of protection +1, and a 17 dexterity. Well, he's quite spry. 15 hit points, that's quite a bit for such a low level. 1 attack, the +2 to hit, damage 3 to 8, morale 10. Oh yeah, they had morale in this version of D&D. The hermit has a 30% chance to move silently and a 20% chance to hide in shadows. Those numbers seem low to me. His madness gives him a +2 bonus to hit and a +2 bonus on damage. Thus, the bonus for striking from behind is +6 to hit and double normal damage, +2 points. That'll kill most first-level characters. He carries no treasure other than the ring he wears. Yes, that includes the fighter. Now, the mountain lion, on the other hand, he gets 3 attacks, also has 15 hit points, has an armor class of 6, a little easier to hit, but does enough damage with his 3 attacks that he will most likely shred the party. And he always attacks first in each round. That's established twice, once where he's described and once where his attributes are given, just to be clear. And if he leaps down on an opponent, he gains a +2 to hit on each of its attacks that combat round. Usually it will attack first by jumping on someone, and then it will stay on the ground and fight normally. If it is not engaged in combat during any round, however, it will take the opportunity to leap back up into a tree and then spring down in the next round, repeating the process. Lovely. The DM, this is my favorite part, may choose to have the Mad Hermit approach the group on friendly terms, claiming to be a holy man seeking goodness in nature. Perhaps he actually believes that at times. He will suddenly turn on the group when the opportunity presents itself, striking from behind and calling his ferocious pet to his aid. That's it. That's the whole encounter. And I, as a 9-year-old child, was presented with this idea that the dungeon master gets to be the crazy old hermit whose job is to lure the players into a false sense of security and then fuck with them as hard as you possibly can, maybe even killing one of them. And suddenly the joy of game mastering was clear to me.
So, gosh, that was it was very much a moral, like, gray area. The game was sent. You had you chose everything, and you went through these adventures. And it's interesting.
You were given a goal.
Yeah, most people
Glory.
ended up kind of doing the right thing-ish, but every single table in every game in the entire world always had that one kid or that guy. It's like something that's persisted into adulthood, embarrassingly long. And, that person was just like testing the boundaries. But I don't know if that was healthy or not. I mean, I played dribble, so I don't know, no room to talk. But
I I personally believe that in the context of a role-playing game, it is healthy to explore those sorts of moral areas. But I think it's also important that if you're going to do that, you should be discussing it openly as a philosophical argument with your friends, because
well,
that's how
also,
my group in high school did it. We were having philosophical debates about the moral and ethical structures and how they work and what it meant to be good versus evil, partly out
yeah,
of necessity of game arguments and partly just as for because we
it
were
sparked a
interested.
lot of philosophical, just straight up discussions like that. It certainly did. What was like if you obeyed the law, but you in that allowed somebody good to be harmed, then you're how do you handle it when you're lawful good? These are the kind of things we would talk about in the cafeteria. Now,
Hmm.
when you were into first playing Dungeons and Dragons, like with me, it was pretty much an embarrassing thing you hid from most people in your immediate circles, or not
Yes and
embarrassing.
no.
It was like
Yes
it would
and
draw
no.
attention in a negative way.
I was weird as a kid, go figure, and I was uh by the time I got into like high school, uh I began to approach people that I might be interested in getting to know, literally by like sliding up next to them like a fucking dope dealer and going, "Hey, you game?" And if they didn't understand what I meant, I would just like, never mind, slide away. And if they were like, "Yeah, yeah, game. What are you into?" So as soon as that we could have a conversation about what games they played, like suddenly we had something. Like, all right, now we got it's popping. We can have a discussion. We can be connected as human beings. I can process what you're thinking.
I
So
think
I don't know. Does that answer the question?
I think there's got to be an easier way to find people to play D&D with, but I love it because I just you're going to find out that in Portland to game means to I don't know, pull a live chicken apart when hit it with a hockey stick or something, or
This was 1984. What do you want from me?
oh, you said you were riding up next to people on your
Yeah,
bicycle.
no, yeah, on my bicycle,
That
like
puts it in a
literally, like
totally different. Okay, that
or
puts it in
or just
such.
like or like in class, like leaning in next to them as they're like
Uh,
trying to do their work, and I'm like, "Psst,
I
hey,
thought this was
hey,"
you
and they're
right
like,
after you moved to
"I'm trying to."
Portland.
No, this is me in high school, man. Like literally, like, "Psst, hey, I'm trying to listen to the teacher. Do you game? What? Do you game? Like, what do you mean, like game? Like, do you play like D&D? Yeah, I've played it once or twice. Cool, cool. Yeah, we should hang out after class." And that's the moment where the teacher would yell at both of us, and the kid would be like, "God damn it! I wasn't. It was him."
Wow.
I
So
did that a bunch.
how much? So this was a novel about the Keep on the Borderlands, like the least story centric module ever, and it
But
was
what's
written in the
interesting,
'80s.
I think so, or the early 90s, 1990. I don't remember. I'm not gonna
I'll
look it up.
Google
I
it.
don't.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. There is no story inherent to the module, but what's interesting is what the module. I'm sorry, what the novel does. The novelist did a fairly decent job of essentially capturing sort of the essence of what that old school D&D was supposed to be like from a standpoint of like characters experiencing it, the people in that situation. And it's essentially the story about a group of mercenaries, about a dozen or so mercenaries who they're just a company. There's like very little magic. I think they have like one cleric who has like basically like cure light wounds and bless, and that's like his only spells. And then but they don't even talk about it like spells, because it's all from the standpoint of like these fighters who are like the leaders of the company, and this woman who's a female fighter, and she's at odds with she's sort of co-leading with this other guy, and then they end up like getting hired by the Duke. They show up at the keep after a long journey. They ride in. They basically get hired by the Duke to go and clean out the Caves of Chaos, which have been causing them a whole shitload of problems. So they go and they hire a bunch of mercs in town, hire a bunch of hirelings. They get about a team of like 20 to 30 guys, people, and they go marching out into the, into the wilderness until they get to the Caves of Chaos. And then they just start systematically going in and like starting with like the lowest and closest cave. They just go in like a team of like somewhere between SWAT and construction workers with just like very methodically, like very in a hyper realistic like H.G. Wells kind of, how did these men survive on the island? Let me tell you 5 pages about the smelter. In that kind of vein, just like the step-by-step process that they use to just go in and just murder everything that's not human. Just murder everything and then take all their shit, because that's what they've been hired to do.
The home invasion game.
And it's tough. They get their asses kicked. Like when they start getting to like they're like goblins and orcs and shit, they're like prepared for. Even ogres, they take out the ogre with like phenomenal efficiency. They literally have like 5 guys with fucking pole arms, and they just like pole arm the ogre to death and hold him while the rest of them like shoot arrows at him and stab him. But then they get to like the undead, and they're like, oh shit, run away, because they're like medieval mercenaries. They don't do magic. They're like, fuck, this is scary as fuck. So like that the author handles it in this weirdly realistic fashion. And so I had done some H.G. Wells and some like classic Victorian pulp stuff. So I kind of gave it that kind of vibe.
That's really cool. Is this recording available? You can people can get it.
I think it's all of the stuff I've done I think is all still up on audible.com. You just go to Audible and do a search for Keep on the Borderlands, and then look for, I think I'm the only narrator for that. So there's a few books out there that have like public domain books where you can go out, because I've done a few of those too, where you can like call up like the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe, volume 1, 2, and 3, and there's like 3 different narrators on 3 different publishers.
Yes. You've done some writing as well, right? And some or at least scripts and so forth. Or have you always been improv and stage?
Improv? When I was a little kid, I used to kind of noodle around with writing, and I didn't quite have the mental fortitude to like sit and write long pieces, but I got into writing short form stuff. And I guess growing up reading comic books, I was just like, I can do short form writing. So that by the time I got into improv and theater and was getting in positions where I like had to write stuff or wanted to write stuff to put on stage or to fix stuff in a show we were doing or something like that, I found that I was able to do that because it was short intensity. And I actually, I guess my writing has taken off. I could do a lot more of it than I have been, but it's mostly out of the whole like trying to figure out how my brain works and how to be able to sustain effort, because writing requires sustained effort, and that is so hard for me to put in sustained effort on something without an enormous like motivation push.
I've definitely feel that I've run into a lot of talented people in my life, and that I think, without being denigrating, that talent is kind of cheap. Like, it's given out in abundance. I think humans are amazing. We're amazing things, capable of infinite coolness. So the thing that's hard is to find somebody with something to say and the will to say it.
Mm-hmm.
And the vocabulary always comes with time. I just always, I guess you and I are something I knew about you when I met you is you're a lifer. I knew you were going to be performing the rest of your life, or in some aspect creating and performing. It's just a type of person. You get locked into it. I don't know if it's sort of like a recidivism thing.
For me, it was had a friend of mine who was a writer. I was friends with a number of years ago, and he used to paraphrase Bukowski all the time with that quote about a real writer is someone for whom the choice was writing or jumping off a bridge. And that resonated with me because I was like, oh, I didn't go into the arts because I don't know. There wasn't ever a point where I was like, this is a thing that I want to do. It was just like, I have to do this. Like, I have to figure out how to communicate in this way. Um, and I think it's just because art saved me growing up. That was what I used to get through the world: writing, fiction, comic books, movies, TV shows, poetry, um, you know, uh, sculpture, dance. All of that impacted me. All of it. The way in which humans communicate through art, the reason why we communicate through art, to me, has always just struck me as being just the most vital and essential part of being alive. Like,
What do you think that is? The essential kind of, because I puzzle a lot at this kind of weird communication I get obsessed with. Like I think like poets say something that's between the words or something, or is what I
I
mean?
have a
Like,
personal take on that a lot of people disagree with, and even some of my closest artistic friends disagree with, because it makes me sound like a nihilist, and I'm not. But I'm an existentialist in the old school sense of the word. So I personally believe that there is no essential meaning to existence. That there's nobody's in charge, and that all of this is essentially sort of by accident. Like, even the very nature of reality is sort of I suspect, is a collision of fields of forces that were not originally like next to each other. And I just think that because deep down in our genetic bones, on a species wide level, at a collective consciousness level, I think we all are kind of keyed into some knowledge base or understanding of that there is no real meaning inherent to existence, and that part of being alive is figuring out why. Part of being sentient, in the sense that you can ask that question, why am I here? Because a lot of living things don't bother asking that question, and I think they're probably better for it in some ways. But we're stuck with that question. We have no choice but to ask it. Something, the way our brains work, must need a reason. And so that need for a reason for things, that need for there to be a purpose, a greater something. And I think all of that is just a reaction to mortality. I think personally that deep down, every single fucking human walking the earth is just terrified of dying, because we all know we're going to do it. And it's something that we don't want to do.
yeah,
So
yeah.
art, life, celebrate. And I think people get into capitalism for the same fucking bullshit as religion. It's just like, I need a reason to think that I'm not going to die, or that I'm not going to cease, or that all of this is going to just go away one day and boop, that's it. I need to believe in something bigger so that I can believe that I survive somehow, you know,
I
in
think
some capacity.
I come from like highly religious like line, and
Catholics. Yeah.
no, Protestant, Free Will
No,
Baptist.
I Catholic,
That's right.
Catholic school and nuns. So yeah,
but I
right there
found
with you.
that if there's anything that like I really admire, it's when somebody has. I wish, if you ever wished you had like this infinite faith that you see in some people, like they absolutely like they absolutely believe something, and for me, I'm always a doubter, but like so I struggled with it my entire life. But the most interesting thing I think is to realize that that immoral decision is moral. Period. Like your
Mm-hmm.
reasons for doing it are your own. And I think that like one of the mistakes people would assume, for instance, is to think because somebody believes in God that they're going to be more moral or less moral in a different way. Because people can be Just because you're a nihilist doesn't mean that necessarily you wouldn't save the guy next to you in the trench, and vice versa.
Well, that's the big lie of religion. That is one of the great cons that religion has been handing humanity for its entire existence. The notion that religion is the sole arbiter of good and evil, that only through religion and only through God can good and evil exist. And I categorically reject and deny that as a con job and utter bullshit. Good and evil are real. They exist in relationship to us human beings, and I consider good to be anything that strengthens social bonds and the well-being of the individual and society, and evil is anything that disrupts social bonds and causes us to work against one another, because I think that community and cooperation is our superpower, and that division is the violence and division is a mental illness. Like it's a self-destructive cancer that lives inside the species.
For those of you who might be just tuning in, what the hell are you doing up? But we're talking about the Gary Gygax 9 alignment system in Dungeons and Dragons, because I believe you just defined your version of good and evil. And now you'll be shocked to know mine is different in the Gary Gygax 9 alignment system. We can now debate. I believe that good is selflessness, altruism, doing something with no expectation of reward or even at harm to yourself to further somebody else. And I think of evil as selfishness to the point where you are willing to inflict suffering on somebody else for your own, never mind pleasure, just well-being or convenience. And there's a continuum there.
I absolutely agree. I think they're complementary concepts, because I don't think good and evil are as big as those words are, and as much as we have tied to them. I don't think that they can be like, when you talk about like love and hate, life and death. Those are big fat words that mean lots of things and actually have a complex relationship to us.
I've definitely come to take a few phrases very seriously. One is words are prisons. It's very hard when you're trying to describe something, a thought, and words are, by their very nature, they confine thoughts. I mean, they're useful going back and forth, but it's one of the reasons I like playing music without lyrics, because it's like trying to communicate a different, or just the emotional context without the specifics, I guess.
I've been told I'm hyperverbal, and that probably plays a lot into why words are so much more important to me, because I don't create music. I can't, or I don't have the ability to interface. I can't get the stuff that's in my head out into the world, but I can. Words are easy. They don't shut off. They just come. And they're not always like whole sentences, whole thoughts, complex multi-layered ideas just like in there all at once. And
it's a really frustrating feeling when you've been totally in a zone making music or art or thinking, praying, meditating, whatever. You're in a place where you're not thinking in words, and then you realize it. And you think like, oh man, I'm not thinking in words. Oh crap! I just it's like a final distraction.
You ever feel like you've forgotten how to speak?
Yeah, definitely. I've always been very comfortable just being an ass in front of people, so I've never had like real stage fright with speaking. But I've definitely just stood there in front of people and went, I've got nothing coming out of my mouth. Or the other side, which is more typical, is I just open my mouth and words come out, and I'm like, what the hell am I saying? Have you?
That's my favorite.
It's
I
almost
like
like
doing
part
that
of
on
your
purpose.
brain keeps going, and you're just kind of watching it and hoping it doesn't like run into anything. I think that's some of your role playing ability and your characterization ability as an actor. You kind of compartmentalize a little character almost, and because I think you're a really great improviser with your theater.
it's funny you should mention that, because I've been, like I said, the last couple of years, I've been working on like trying to figure out which of my ADHD symptoms are things that I need to work on, and which are things that I just need to develop more control over, because they're actually superpowers. And one of those has been a recognition that one of the things that I can do with my brain, that I don't have to think about how I do it, I just do it, is that I can create a character in my head and give that character some brain space, and that just becomes a real person over here in my head that I can turn and have a conversation with, and that I can give control, and they operate completely differently than I do. Like, they think differently, and I can do that the more intensely I work on it. You know, obviously acting taught me how to do that with creating characters and character work, and inhabiting a person and getting them to inhabit you back. And that has gotten way out of hand, to the point where I can just let it go. I can just like, all right, there's a scene that's happening and these guys are talking, and I'm just sitting in the back, like, watching it, you know.
So you felt like method acting almost got out of hand.
I was never into method acting. I thought method acting was a little bullshit.
Okay, so more like there should be a name for what you just described. More like, you know, in letting the character inhabit you, kind of you said, until it got out of hand.
Oh, but yeah, because now after 2 years of pandemic, the entirety of 2020 was spent, in this room, sort of just interfacing with the world through a computer screen.
Yeah, that's been
I got really into talking to myself. Like, I leaned into it, and now I do it all the time, and I'm not always aware of it. And I'm like, it's not me sometimes having the conversation. It'll be like two different characters that are just not, and I'm just like busy doing it, and I'm not paying attention to the fact that I'm verbalizing a little play in my head. It's like sleepwalking or sleep talking, but like weirder, because I'm conscious and awake and just distracted when it's happening. And it's real,
For several years, I said the word monkey every morning when I woke up. The second I was conscious, no control over it, I would just say monkey. God bless Sarah for putting up with that for years. I still will occasionally say monkey compulsively. So
I don't know how you've lived with that burden for so long. Have you seen a therapist about that?
Remember.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, if you're blotting out the trauma, then I can. Yeah, you wouldn't need to really worry about it.
No, I do have a friend who was was very traumatized by going to a wild animal preserve, like a Kingdoms 3 or something, when he was a kid, and these monkeys in an enclosure attacked the car in front of him and like ripped like the hubcaps off and the vinyl off the sides of it, and everything. It was like a monkey riot, and they beat up his car and were like breaking the windows and puncturing the tires and stuff. So he to this day, like, I didn't realize this, and I'm like, what freaks you out? And he's like, okay, I'm just gonna tell you. And it was like, that would be terrifying. They nearly ripped the convertible top off a Cadillac.
I don't know how I'd handle that situation. How many monkeys were there?
I have no idea. I mean, I was not there. This was his story, and he was small.
I'm trying to think, how many monkeys would I try to fight? I don't think I really want to fight any monkeys, because I know that they just go straight for your face or your genitals. They just
yeah,
they don't fuck
that's
around.
the correct answer. You don't
They know what they're doing. Like, they know how to mess people up.
Recently in India, a couple of monkeys had gone around and been killing all the dogs in a town, like 250 of them. They were throwing them off of roofs.
I guess
they decided to purge the whole town.
they were like, all right, you know what? These dogs have been a problem for too long. Today's the day.
Yeah, it was.
We get our reckoning.
Yeah, there was. It's. I believe monkeys are pretty up there when they're acting all smart.
Yeah, they're dirty bastards. Dirty, dirty. Oh, I'll tell you who I
So
wouldn't want to.
I've tuned
Go
up
ahead.
Henrietta here, and I'm going to play some music of some kind for a few minutes.
Yay!
Do you have anything you want to say, or like you can improv anything you want, or read more? Keep on the Borderlands, but I'm going to play Henrietta here in the style of a kind of a mandolin.
I think I should give you some space to just play for a minute.
Okay, and then I will. I will do that. My guest is Bernie Sataro Clark, and he's going to be right back with me here on the F-Hole. But first, I'm going to see how Henrietta handled that rainstorm, and this is a shout out to my cousin. My family's been incredibly supportive in the past months here, through all of the difficulties I told you about. So it was really lucky to have them.
Right on. There we go.
That's Henry. Whoa. You know you're here on the F-hole when you hear all that delay. So that's Henrietta and playing a piece of something. Sometimes, music's like last night's Mexican dinner that you probably shouldn't have warmed up because you had it for the first time last Sunday. Yeah. And it's just got to come out. So, let's see if I attacked by flying monkeys. That would be truly scary. Yeah, I think monkeys they're actually some of my favorite things, especially the British ones. I mean, not the British ones, the Brazilian ones with the really big heads. Hang on, I'm trying to get Bernie back here. I'm going to ask him a question.
Have you met a lot of monkeys?
No, not really. No, they're probably not at all they're probably not at all who I think they are. Okay, here we go. Now we should get you. So, yeah, I haven't met a lot of monkeys. I do have as far as stories go, my best story ever involves a monkey, because I did see somebody enter manly combat with a monkey at Underground Atlanta, like a street performer.
Oh, God.
Okay, I've told the story on the F-hole before, so I'll say it really fast. It's really the best. No, I when you're a street performer, the best thing you could possibly do, at least at that time, was to make the balloon animals. If you made the balloon animals, you got like $1 to $5 every time you could make one. And if you had like the can of compressed air or the thing you could step on that would inflate them, and you were good, you could be flinging those things out on a Saturday afternoon and making really good money for busking. So the guy who did the balloon animals is like, "Hey, come check me out Monday. I'm just starting my new act." And I'm like, "Huh?" And he goes, and I'm like thinking, why would you do a new act? Maybe, you're going to go express yourself some other way. But he had bought a calliope and was going to be and trained a monkey, and he was going to be doing, I guess, he was going to be an organ grinder. And the following Monday, now mind you, it was all these little, you've been to Underground Atlanta this is back in like '89 when they opened it up again. So it's very crowded, but I'm just down this underground hallway or street, and playing my violin, and by me walks the balloon animal guy, but now he's wearing a little fez and an outfit, and he's got a capuchin monkey on his shoulder, who is dressed similarly, and he's pushing a wooden cart with a calliope, and he waves at me, and I'm like, he's come check out the new act, when you get a chance. So next break, I'm like, I've got to go see this, right? And I don't have any idea what to expect. So I asked the person at the booth next to me who would watch my instrument sometimes to watch it for a minute. I was going to go take a break, and I walked down the hallway. Now, the first thing I noticed were the people running by me in the other direction, screaming. And then I saw the giant circle of people that was around this figure on the ground, and it was the balloon animal guy, but he had the monkey was on top of him, and he was just palming his eye like a little basketball, just like that. And there were like two security guards who were, one had the monkey's hand, and and that they're at this impasse, like they're like, how do we get the monkey to let go of his eyeball without him pulling his eye out? And the monkey's just like frozen there. It resolved itself. The guy wore an eye patch for a while, but he didn't do the organ grinder thing again, and the monkey went to a rescue, I think. But it was that monkey was
did
like
the organ grinder, and the monkey let go.
The monkey was like, "You want me to go collect money from people? How about I pull your eyeball out?" Because he was like right here, just stuck to his face, like, yeah. And the guy
just had his hand wrapped around the guy's eyeball.
I guess he, it was one of the I mean, I hate to laugh. That's a terrible misfortune. He didn't lose his eye, but it was really
No,
one of the best things I've
no,
ever seen. I mean, the funniest. I,
no. That was not misfortune. That was misadventure.
misadventure. Yes, that's a good point.
Misfortune is, something that happens to you that you cannot avoid. Misadventure is something that happens to you because you went or did something that you shouldn't have.
Don't know anything about that. So, what's your next project? If you could do anything you wanted to do, what would it be?
Oh, geez. I I had this idea. I want to do like a series of like really just disturbing horror films here in the Pacific Northwest. I've been living out here now for a while, and I'm like, this.
It's
This is
definitely
just
an
a nice
undercurrent
set.
there.
It's a nice setting for the to tell tales of
It's the
abject
serial
darkness.
killer capital of the world, really.
There's a reason for that, and I think it's just because it's easy to get lost up here. It's just easy to like not get found, and yeah. So I don't know. There's just it's. I want to do some horror films. I also really wanted to like. I want to do a kung fu movie in Portland. But it does is not no, there's no actual kung fu in it, but it's like a martial arts movie. But it's like a I think it like all of the characters in the story are homeless, and so like it's these different martial arts schools in the different homeless camps, and they are kind of it's a revenge tale and about the
And
rivalry between
that sounds like oh god, what is it? World Mark Entertainment.
Ooh, yeah. And I'm thinking like you could shoot the whole thing on a cell phone or on like various cell phones, and it would just cut together really well. It would just feel like you were watching like an extended, you know, YouTube video, but it's entirely choreographed and fictionalized and like a narrative, something that would like, Jean-Claude Van Damme would want to be in.
Jean-Claude Van Damme's best movie is Bloodsport.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I agree. I think the one where he plays his own dead twin.
I don't know about that one.
Either that or the one he made with Dennis Rodman.
That's my 70s synth sound. It's early 80s, 70s. I don't know. I like to. Every time I play this push to interface, I end up wanting to make everything sound like an alternative soundtrack to Starsky and Hutch.
That synth sound is like the remember the old British sci-fi TV show called The Tomorrow People? They did a really terrible remake of it several years ago in America. It was terrible.
It's like aren't they like leftovers from UFO, or I'm confusing that with the Disney movie?
I think that's the Disney movie. They're essentially mutants who are like the next evolutionary step in humanity, and they have telepathic powers and stuff. And then this artificial intelligence from the future contacts them and is like, I'm going to help you keep the earth from being destroyed by evil psychics from the future. And it just gets weirder from there. It's real weird, but it had a very bizarre like synth and theremin kind of, a lot of organ music and that like classic, like those classic Doctor Who stingers.
I'm a really big fan of old TV and film scores. Like I don't know, some of them are just the best. There was a movie I found recently, actually, in the past for like 5 or 6 years. But it was called Invasion of the Bee Girls from 1971.
Yes.
And it is like the closest thing. I was like, that's like if the Changelings did a soundtrack in 1970. It's like the closest thing. I'm like, that's our only sister band, I think, is whoever did that score.
The Attack of the Bee Girls.
La 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 la.
Because it has that like weird tremolo.
It's got like jaw harp and like chukka wucka guitar and super reverbed out like weird hippie neo-Indian choruses going on, and like a, I don't know if it's a talking box or something, or a vocoder kind of sound on the jaw harp. Good stuff.
Right. I was just at a jam session yesterday, and somebody had brought an electric clarinet.
Like an iwi?
Like a.
It's like a box you blow into, and it has the keys on it and everything, and it measures the velocity and turns it into MIDI, right?
I think so, yeah. And it looked like a laser rifle.
These things, those things are interestingly like for the electronic instruments, they're the virtual instruments or MIDI instruments, controller interfaces. They were the first to mature. Like a guy named Onyx played one of those in underground Atlanta, ironically, back in the late 80s. And then my friend Tom Jenkins has been doing them, and they're like done. Like they measure basically all the parameters of a clarinet really, really well, and then you can map it to MIDI to basically any sample. But really cool.
That's so it gives you breath control if you've developed breath control as your
right. And
interface.
That's one thing that I find really cool about the sort of that field of stuff like software instruments and stuff, and is the where they're becoming very customizable for the player, and then that opens up the possibility of somebody being like, let's say you play guitar and now your hand doesn't work right. Now you can work around that much easier because the interface can basically be adapted to whatever your current mobility is, and also your existing skills. I've run over my cables. Hang on.
I could probably do something with this. This is about the extent of my interface skills. I'm very good with this.
With this?
So if I can make this make noise.
I have to see what you're holding up. I've run over my cables. I'll be right back.
If I could blow into it.
I have an office chair that eats microphone cables. Now I will see what you were blowing into. What are you playing? Oh, the vape pipe pin. Oh, I've been working a little bit with that. I don't have a controller right now, but I started mapping that, and just MIDI is really interesting as a computer language because it's basically taking any real world action or any parameter, right? Say you can take the temperature, and it'll just divide that in 128 steps, and then so you can just link it to your thermostat, and if you can be like, when the temperature goes up, turn the light on, or
right,
and it's really like basic and flexible that way. So I played a video game on a keyboard to see if I could, I mapped the controller functions to a keyboard, so I was playing it like that. And then the next thing was to see what I could do with that as an instrument, because I've thought that many times, like so many people are fluent with that interface.
Yep. Painfully so. Like to the point where I'm like, I'm better with this than I am with just about any other tool that I have. And that's really sad.
I think that's by design. I think that's like the military's like, we need people to all use the same controller.
But I've seen those military controllers used for the drones. They're actually like full flight sticks and stuff.
No,
Either
I'm
that
just
or they're like the really crappy ones that they use for the
yeah.
drones.
These days they're increasingly like a PlayStation controller. Lots of things
That
are.
that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
It totally does. Yeah. So
To be honest, drone warfare makes the most sense of all the forms of warfare we have. I mean, why wouldn't you want to save your own lives and put robots out there to do all the dirty work for you?
I mean, the obvious dystopian answer is then that because then the machines are killing people and you don't care as much about what happens because you're not risking blood. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's just the problem with war in general, though. Right?
Hey, so Hatter and Hare, ask Hatter and Hare. When you podcast still around or?
I kind of walked away from that project when I moved out here. It didn't really seem feasible for us to keep it going bi-coastal, and that was a really hard experience for me overall, because like I didn't understand at that time. We didn't understand like the full dynamics of what drives internet media, what drives getting it into people's hands, and what are the forces that present money. And we made a thing, and it was a really cool thing, but we didn't really we didn't sell it hard enough, and we didn't strategize enough about who we would sell it to, or where, or how we would make it.
It's not an easy game because it's changing all the time.
Oh yeah. And actually, I were I to go back and do something like that, I would handle it. I would approach it much differently than I did, with a lot less attention to the production values and the. I mean, you want to make something that looks pretty, and you've spent a lot of years learning how to make things look pretty. So you want to do it, and then but making things look pretty at a level that people everyone agrees with is sort of like, well, that's expensive or time consuming. And if you don't have the money, you got to have the time and the skill and the talent. And we had the ability to wrangle all that, but it was still a challenge getting it made, and then just not having like anywhere to go with that energy. And when I made the decision to move out west, I was coming out west to find myself, and so I was walking away from like pretty much everything. I say I came out west to find myself, and I found myself in Portland. But the project was it was a pure act of love and will on the part of all of us who made it.
So Portland's a city very dear to me. I've spent a good amount of time there, and I've met really many wonderful people there. I know you're a newcomer to that area. What would you say? Just tell me best and worst thing about Portland.
The best thing about Portland, I think, is the strong sense of community that exists here. Like there is a lot of people here there's a lot of people here who are not from Portland, but I think a lot of the people that I hang out with and know, who are sort of a mix of natives and non-natives, everybody has this same sense of like, this town's pretty cool, I'm going to stick it out. And I think that's just a pervasive attitude across the board. Like everywhere you go in Oregon or the Pacific Northwest, you find this. Yeah. Every time you talk to people, like,
because they want to be there. That's for sure.
It's pretty.
It sure is.
It's pretty, and the downsides, of course, are the darkness and the rain during the winter months. You can go weeks and weeks and weeks sometimes not seeing sunlight. It's a challenge. The drizzly rain. It does get cold, and a lot of people don't like cold, but then get like super cold. And it doesn't get super, super cold for super long. But what it does have, those are downsides, right? What it has is the prettiest spring and summer of any place I've ever lived. And I've, Northeast, Southeast, and Pacific Northwest. So take that with a big grain of salt. but it's prettier than any place I've ever lived on the East Coast, from the tip of Florida to Massachusetts.
It is beautiful. Yeah, definitely is.
I think that has a lot to do with it. I think all the serial killers too. That has a people are like, if they're all hanging out here, that means they're probably going elsewhere to kill. So
I think it's probably a gross exaggeration. It might just be. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because it's the fringes of society, but or fringes of civilization, kind of. You've got big chunks of land there that are unspoiled, kind of. That's another thing I really like about that region is just there's still some stuff left. There's some forests that haven't been like clear cut twice, kind of stuff.
There's more stuff without people than there is stuff with people. I mean, there's a lot of expansive wilderness out here.
The air is really nice.
It's pretty. Oh, and the verticality too. Verticality is a lot to do with it, I think. Hills and everything's high.
What would you say the most dramatic thing that happens in the Keep on the Borderland novel is? And would you be willing to narrate it while I scored it live?
Yeah, if I have a copy of it. Do you have a copy of it? I don't have a copy of it in front of me. Hold on, I might.
The
Keep on the Borderlands. See if I can find it. Look on my phone. Tight. There we go. Ooh, it's part of the Greyhawk series. Rue Emerson. 2001. It was written in 2001. Did you lose me for a moment?
Having a problem with my that. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I lost you. No, you are still here.
I am.
I was just lost in Ableton Live.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out which track I was I needed to turn up. So, the interns used to do that. Okay, so
the interns that you fired at the beginning of the podcast?
Yeah. So this was put out in 2001.
Yes. The novel was put out in 2000.
All right.
I didn't realize it was that recent.
I want to score the Keep on the Borderlands. I can chalk it off my bucket list. So, please proceed with your favorite parts.
Hold on. Should I do the module or the
Do they have a 10-foot pole?
Oh, yes. Several.
God. Awesome. Yeah. Whichever you prefer. I'd prefer to hear I want to hear a phrase from the book. I am trying to find an excerpt of it. Let's see. Here we go. Is it even available in ebook form? Wait, here we go.
Keep plugging. I can't find an excerpt. Hold on. Fuck it. Where are you? Does the book even exist anymore?
Highly unlikely. I mean, it's a classic. The Keep on the Borderlands. You can read the module if you'd prefer.
Well, I can't find a PDF of the book.
All right. Well, then.
We'll read from the module.
This will be boxed text with Bernie Clark, Paul Mercer. Your favorite boxed text. Boxed text.
There's a lot of it in here. Oh, good Lord.
You know, we did work on a short skit thing called Monster Motivations, which was D Master J talking about his various monsters, and he lists their stats, and then somebody says, and then he examines their motivations.
And
Why does the fire giant want to kill the party? That kind of thing.
I'm sorry. That's not a hard to answer question. The fire giant always wants to kill the party because the party is always invading the fire giant's house.
The answer to that question is always because there's a home invasion in progress.
Yes. Unless they're coming to you, which is usually goblins or orcs or such, that you're almost always going to them. It's almost always their house. You're kicking open the front door. You're murdering all of their friends and family and servants, and then you're taking all their shit. That's why they want to kill you. I've never met a fire giant who wasn't like, oh, hey, you guys want to come in and chill for some beers? Because we never knock on the doors.
It's
murder, stab.
In the Keep in the Borderlands, the Caves of Chaos, it's like the monster cul-de-sac. Clearly, they all get along with each other.
Yes, no, for the most part, they live in a state of, survival stasis. They're in symbiosis.
Are there any bathrooms in the map? Any restrooms?
No.
At all in the Caves of Chaos? That's a problem.
No,
I think
but
the county should shut them down for that.
Several of the caves have the offal pit described, so you know which chamber the kobolds leave their leavings.
I believe awful chamber. Yeah, I believe that counts as a bathroom for real estate purposes. Well, I'm gonna you should just read a room or 10, and I'm going to continue playing this, whatever this song is, and record another part to it. And
all right.
While we Visit the keep on the borderlands, or the caves of chaos, or the cave of the unknown, or how about that hermit?
Here we go. All right, yeah.
He could just be waiting out in the woods with his pet mountain lion ready to...
No, I've got it. This one's a little different, but you'll recognize it. I could figure out where there it is. All right, here we go. I've got it. Are you ready? I'm going to read you the opening, the classic first edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragons module, Dungeon Land. Can't see it because of the background of the screen. Dungeon Land, written by E. Gary Gygax. Shall we begin? One. The endless shaft. You have been falling endlessly. But suddenly it seems as if your fall is slowing, as if a feather's fall spell has been cast over all of you. The shaft still goes down and down, but you are drifting gently now. After a few minutes, you detect a golden light far below, which, as you watch, comes nearer and nearer. It is the end of the shaft at last. With a gentle thump, you land, all in a heap, atop a pile of twigs, brush, and leaves. As you look around the long hall, you note that you are in a strange chamber, some 60 feet wide and 120 feet long. You can see its size easily because the polished wall panels reflect the light of the dozens of candles set in sconces along the length and width of the place. You are confused by the strange fall, but it seems as though you are in the southern portion of the room. The walls are paneled in some sort of glowing wood. The reddish material is well cared for and polished to a lustrous finish that reflects the flame from the candles. 5 doors made of the same wood are on either side of the hall, and a pair of great double doors at its far end. Just a few feet from your vantage point atop the pile of rubbish, you note a small, finely crafted table. Upon its crystal top rests a metal object, a flagon of some sort, and a salver with an unleavened loaf atop it. Nothing else is visible except a small portal beyond the table. This doorway is about 1 foot tall and half as broad. It is closed by a door bound with metal. The ceiling overhead is arched and beamed. The rafters are some 15 feet above. The arch is another 10 feet above that. The flagon and salver bear strange runes upon them. Casting Read Magic reveals that the runes say, "Drink me" on the flagon and "Eat me" on the salver. Examination of the small door indicates it is securely locked, but there is a keyhole in it, and the metal instrument on the small table appears to be of the correct size to fit the door. Each member of the party who drinks from the flagon will shrink to 1/10 normal size. Conversely, the loaf causes growth to 10 times normal size. However, there is only enough for each party member to receive one portion of each item. Of course, one character can test the effects of each and leave enough so that all members of the party may benefit from the magic. You suddenly notice that the place is not as it seemed. You are in an immense hall, twice as large as you first thought. There is no rubbish heap, no table, and at the far end of the place you see 4 large doors. However, between you and these exits lies a pool of water. The brackish water reaches from wall to wall and covers about 100 feet of the length of the hall. Strange creatures are swimming in the water, but they are 50 feet away and difficult to see well. Where you stand near the edge, the liquid appears to be only a few inches deep, but the floor slopes away toward the center of the pool. Swimming in the center of the pool, you will find the following inhabitants. 1 giant weasel, 1 axebeak, 1 giant badger, 1 clubneck, and 1 giant owl. They will remain swimming in the center of the pool until 1 or more persons cross to the other side. Then they will swim to Area C and exit the pool. It will take the creatures 3 rounds to come out of the water. They will then rush in a horde to attack on the 4th round, unless all intended opponents have already exited the area through the doors marked D. Here we are. The area beyond the small portal is a perfect garden in miniature. There are grassy places, beds of flowers and plants, shrubberies and hedges, all of which are trimmed neatly into geometric shapes. A pathway leads from the doorway toward a pool and fountain, whose sparkling water shoots high into the air and tinkles merrily into the basin beneath. There are interesting sparkles along the pathway, rather as if gems were reflecting sunlight. A statue of a large, human-like form rises from the pool. It carries a dolphin in each arm, and 4 seahorses surround the statue. The dolphins and seahorses all spurt jets of water from their mouths, the former upwards about 10 feet, the latter outwards about half that distance. The pool is lozenge-shaped, about 20 feet in width and 30 feet long. There are water lilies growing in the pool, and gold-colored fish swimming among their stems. Grassy turf and rows of nodding flowers lie between you and the fountain. Low shrubs decorate the edge of the raised onyx pool basin. The flowers here are all red or white. There are bleeding hearts, poppies, and many other types. The central shrubs are very strange. Their leaves are a silver color, their flowers an unusual shade of vermilion. Beyond, the path turns right and left, and the far side is walled off by thick hedges of thorny growth. The path here is close to the thick thorny hedges, and it appears to pass through a small tunnel that seems to be dug through a ridge. The tunnel is arched and walled in fieldstone and has a gravel path. Grass and sunlight at the other end indicate that it leads into a park or similar place. The strange sight of a paneled wall that seems to grow out of the ground no more surprises you in this place than does the fact that it has a large door in its center. It has a brass door lever, and there seems to be no lock on it. You have passed from one strange area to a place less odd, but certainly just as different. Never have you seen trees and undergrowth like those around you. You glimpse briefly a few birds and animals that seem quite large and are strangely colored. This is indeed likely to prove to be an unusual place for adventuring. The path gives into a long, narrow meadow, grassy and dotted with wild flowers. Some of the plants appear unnaturally large, thistles 10 feet tall, milkweed as large as a man. Although the place is only 50 feet or so wide, it stretches away for some distance, appearing to become broader some way off. Coming down the path in leaps and bounds appears to be a giant dog nearly as big as an elephant. It appears to be curious about the small creatures ahead of it. It is not vicious, but will not attack unless molested. If not harmed, the dog will simply attempt to play with the party. There is a 1 in 20 chance that it will accidentally knock over a character as it sniffs and snaps playfully. This may inflict 1d6 points of damage. If harmed in any way, the huge beast will certainly attack. On a score of 20, it will have grabbed its opponent in its jaws, at which point it will turn and run away at double speed to its place behind Area C, where it will gnaw on its intended victim, inflicting an additional 2 to 12 points of damage per round. Once out of sight of the party, it will sit down and eat its prize.
All right, that's improvisation.
Apparently, the only way to get the dog to give the person back is to throw it rations. It's a very Gygax sort of module.
That's actually in there. The dog will eat the person.
Everything I read was printed in there.
Oh my God, that's better than I remembered. Wow. What other hidden horrors in the Keep on the Borderlands did I miss? There's
to be fair, this is okay. So to be fair, because I couldn't find the Keep on the Borderlands, and I'll be honest, the Keep on the Borderlands module is not
very good.
It's a fine module for what it is, but it's not very interesting. What's interesting about it is what the players choose to do. That's what will always make it interesting, because you some of the situations in the module are quite difficult to get through without dying. And you don't have to necessarily go through them, but if the players are determined. But the one I was just reading you from was another Gary Gygax module. That is one of my favorites, EX1.
Expedition. No, that's White Blue Mountain, isn't it? No, that's X.
It's called Dungeon Land, and it is a quite clever and fairly straightforward adaptation of Alice in Wonderland as a D&D module, and it has a sequel called The Land Beyond the Magic Mirror, which is based on Through the Looking Glass.
Yeah, it's got the Vorpal sword in it. And,
yes, and the
Frumious Bandersnatch.
The Bandersnatch is a fightable monster in here.
So is the Jabberwock.
And I'm sorry, the Jabberwock, Bandersnatch,
and the Jib Bird are all in there.
Oliphant, the Iblis. Oh goodness. Oh yes, as well as a number of other terrible things like barbed devils, night hags, and my personal favorite. Are you ready? Were kangaroo rats.
Were kangaroo rats. That's very specific. I have a piece of sound design I did. This is your background, right? This is fascinating. I can't tell what it is. It's like eldritch horror or snow-covered field. I can't tell.
It is a real world location. It is an ice cave in one of the Norse countries, and I dug it. I was looking for weird pictures of caves for a particular adventure I was running, a session I was running some players through, and it absolutely fit the bill. And now I just keep it around because it's just a creepy blue cave that is blue because it's like broad daylight outside and it's picking up,
I like it.
enough light.
Yeah, the I have a module. I mean, a whole work about X3 Expedition to the Barrier Peaks. Is that right?
Oh, I
Is it
love that one.
X2? There's White Plume Mountain. That one, and is that X3? I don't remember. It was one of my
Oh,
favorites. So to read through, I didn't play as much Dungeons and Dragons when I was a kid as I read the books and imagined playing it because I wasn't surrounded by the most.
I did a fair amount of that myself, quite a bit of it. But I had had the game for a while before I finally got around to playing. But when I finally got around to playing, I remember just being like, this, when it worked, it was better than it could ever possibly be by yourself. Sort of like sex. That's how I felt about D&D. Like, yeah, you could play it by yourself, but it's just better with others.
That's spoken like a true nerd from the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is another one of my lovely little prizes.
Oh wow. I never played Ravenloft actually. Never read it.
Love it. It is a really well done module across the board. It's been, as people got inundated with it when they turned it into a whole world. But the reality is that this module, this Ravenloft, and there we go, has the 3D map of the castle, which was just like, what?
Whoa, yeah,
What are
that's
what are you doing to me? Like, one of the coolest maps ever made for a role playing game. But then it just sets you up with all of this great stuff that's like, well, yeah, it's D&D, so yeah, there's dungeons and your characters have, powers and stuff, but like all the situations we're going to be putting you in this module, they're all going to be like ripped straight out of a like a Hammer Brothers horror film. Like, they tried to make it uh this is one of the first really truly, I think, great attempts at just pure genre emulation outside the fantasy, straight fantasy milieu. Like, trying to do gothic horror with this module, like, they knocked it out of the park. And it just it sings when you play it right. It's some of the better modules are not so much stories as story arcs as much as they are just sort of toolboxes or sandboxes. And that Ravenloft is definitely a sort of a story driven sandbox where you get to just sort of explore the region and choose how you're gonna fuck around, and then the GM is pretty much just left to his own devices on how best to implement Strahd. Like, all right, here's the place that Strahd lives. Here's the place, all the people that live under Strahd's rule. Here's the kingdom. Here's all these different people, and you can talk to in quests and things. Maybe go for it, but Strahd's gonna, the D&D Dracula. He's gonna just, the GM is free to pretty much just sort of have him show up whenever he wants for whatever reason. And his primary goal should be to like harass the party, just to harass them endlessly, taunt them, fuck with them.
Have you run Ravenloft or played it both?
I have run and played the Ravenloft setting that they did after the first couple of modules came out, and I've run the classic original Ravenloft module once. I've not played through it as a player, and I've not run it recently. I'm getting ready to, though. I have some friends who I was running a D&D game with through last year, we just quit, not quit, took a break for the new year and going into the new year. And we're going to be getting back to it soon, hopefully, maybe here in a little later in January or early February. And they just arrived in Ravenloft, the classic realm of Lord Strahd von Zarevich.
Well, I know exactly what to play for that. Yeah.
Dribble Throttle Warrant.
Oh my God, Dribble's got a great new song actually. But you haven't heard the Jiggly Wiggler.
I have not.
So yeah, we're gonna play a little something in honor of Strahd, and I'm going to take a short break here and get a glass of water because my mouth is cementing itself together as my house gets drier and drier. I'm smacky and tacky. And when I come back, there'll be music in Ravenloft. My special guest tonight is Bernie Clark. Bernie. Feel the burn. Notice.
Feel me.
And
feel me.
He's right here live on the only FO. There's 2 on every violin, but only 1 on Sunday nights. That's right. That's the FO. It goes on for way too long, and it has way too many interns being fired on a regular basis. This is the FO. This is the FO. This is the FO. Hey, Bernie. You read my mind, Bernie. Just check, check, check.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear. Can I hear? Can you hear me? I can hear me. Can you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Testing one, testing two.
I think.
Testing one, testing two.
I think that I'm coming through one speaker, but yes. So yeah, that was an aimless noodling in the key of whatever my Thumbjam was in there. I believe it was a Scottish hexatonic. I never figured it out. With some Henrietta on pizzicato, and wow, thank you for showing up, Bernie. Oh wait, there you are. I can make you appear now. Now you have appeared.
Ah, here I am.
Is
In
that
all my
right?
glory.
If you would like to be on the F hole, or would like to, if you have creative suggestions for the show or scathing reviews, we'd love to hear from you.
I think I would like to return. I found this to be a pleasurable experience overall. Yes.
That is, that's a testament to just how the world has developed. It's really good to see you, and I'll be reaching out to you ASAP about the games, and you have to come back and
Please
join us
do.
again.
I'm looking forward to it.
Is there
Thank you
anything
for
you'd like
having
to
me.
say to the assembled F holes?
I would like you to ponder the meaning of everything that you have seen here tonight. That is what I would like to say. Thank you for having me. This has been a genuine pleasure, and I am delighted.
So, my guest is Bernie Clark, and I'm gonna play you out, Bernie, with unless you want to join me on Thumbjam. You want to play Thumbjam? We'll be out of sync. We'll be in two different time zones. It'll be incredible.
Excellent.
So we should be hearing each other like a random amount later.
I'll adjust accordingly.
Do you know how to blah, blah, your first Thumbjam lesson? The upper left corner, there's a button that says sound. Press the sound button, and then do change scale, and then change it to a minor. Then do the sound button, then change scale, or not change scale, then hit the button that's below the sound button on the main screen and hit G. Now
All
you'll
right.
be in G minor. Yeah. So yeah, you just play, and you won't be able to really play with me because it'll be.
I will follow along.
Okay. Oh, check back up disk space. What are you doing? I'm running out of hard drive. Let's see. Okay, here we go. This is your first Thumbjam lesson. Not sure. Oh no, not those guys. Yeah. So, pick an instrument from the, if you go to the upper left and you hit sound and do change instrument, but make sure at the very bottom you keep scale / key at the bottom of the list of instruments. That way you can pick it and it'll keep you in the same key. This app is called Thumbjam. It's $8.99. They are not endorsing the show or anything. It's just, I think it's really cool and a great way to learn music. Oh, no, not those guys. Yeah. One of the coolest things that I've heard about 5G, since we mostly hear some sort of scary thing about it, is that it's going to reduce the latency in communication to the point where it's going to be possible to jam with a musician in another place. The amount of time it takes from the note you play to reach their ears and vice versa will be comparable to like traveling through a wire to a speaker. So
that's marvelous. I can't wait to see like the first truly intercontinental ensemble.
Well, they've been doing that a lot during the shutdown, but that's been sort of a time delay thing. Like you can get a whole bunch of people to play together, but they're all hearing each other kind of at different times, and it's simple to composite. So that'll be interesting to see people playing with people from far away. Well, thank you again for coming tonight and talking into the wee hours here on the FL.
Thank you.
It's Bernie Clark, and you're listening to the FL. I'm going to play until I pass out now. If you have questions or comments, please write your congressman. Good night, Bernie. Where did I put the window? Yeah, ding, ding. Good evening, goodbye, Fred Fry, my friend. We'll see you in Dungeon Land, or maybe the Caves of Chaos, or maybe the Desert of Desolation.
Thank you and good night.
Check, 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 check. I'm gonna take my leave, folks, and take care of my doggy. He seems like he's not feeling good, so thanks for tuning into the FO. Thanks for tuning into the FO.